Halloween good day is going good or even better. We got to hear about China and a couple of other things, but so far, bro, it's just everything's been just lukewarm, middle, you know, middle, I don't know. Well, yeah, I don't know if that's a good way to start the video, but it's time for Philo. So I'm ready to go in a little bit. I'll give you guys some time. But other than that, I mean, you got a couple of headlines, good earnings out of Amazon, but we're still waiting for next week. And now some people are getting a little worried because next week is all the non-tech earnings. So if you see the same setup, it might play out a little different. There was a Booz Allen rumor earlier this morning. That was in one of our other plays. But yeah, Orange to buy Lacra's Mosorange steak. I don't know what that is. I don't know what it is. I know English. So yeah, Chad. God bless you. God bless America. Shout out the cult. And just keep living it, bro. You know, that's all it takes. That's all I ever wanted, long term. So yeah. Other than that, though, we will begin here in a second. And I got a very different Philo for you today. I think you guys are going to enjoy it. You know, I think I like it. I'm vibing with it already. So yeah, on that note though, we'll get you one more. Yeah, Spy's still going down. It's very gentle, but now Spy went red, equal weight barely red, and then the Nazareth, that's the only one.
Praise God.
Praise God.
Amen. It's a cult, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now, Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Oh, I didn't even realize the video was in the background. That got confusing. So yeah, man, it's crazy. Ever since that VIX thing, I thought it was gonna be a fluke, but yeah, you did really melt down from there. Could have been a melt up too, but my oh my, it really sucks though. This is a post earnings reaction, so I don't know how y'all feel, bro. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it is time for Philo. So, I hope you're living good, man. I hope you're living good. Are you guys? I like sparks flying, bro. You know that? I do. I really do. I like change. I love God, bro. The life's a blessing. When will you realize? You know what I'm saying, bro? When will you realize? So I got a really good Philo today. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in a substitute teacher. I'm going to give you guys a couple of words. And then I'm going to just play you guys some videos. I have another Dorsey that I want you to listen to. And then I have something else that I just want to remind you about. And I just want you to listen. But before we listen, I want to tell you something. Okay, I need you all to understand this. Everything. Very simple. God is not going to change your situation. Let me say it one more time. God is not going to change your situation. He is going to change you. And this is something I think a lot of people don't understand, myself included. I mean, Chad, I don't think our situation has changed. The world's still evil. Google's still evil. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Look around, bro. I don't think any situation has changed. It's the same market. It's the same everything. You don't see it? My brother, you're gonna change. That's why I'm telling y'all, man. You gotta live this shit. Like, for real. Because, bro, that's the only thing that's gonna change. You need to be able to look at the situations and see what they taught you. See what you're getting from it, all of it. But at the end of the day, bro, that's not the game of God. It doesn't make sense. How would he be able to change everybody's situation without, think about it. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people who believe in God. You think you're just going to change this, change that, change this? Oh, yeah, you want it? Oh, my bad. You struggling? Oh, my bad. Oh, you're doing good, but you don't know how to handle it? Okay, let's change the situation. Oh, you have to deal with people who don't agree with you? Oh, let's just change it all. No, bro, he's going to change you. You're going to change. My brother, why do some people fight me? Think about it. They don't want to change. That's it. Not changing is comfortable. Speculation, Elon teases flying car demo and podcast it with Joe Rogan. So think about it. It's just change. But it's you. That's why you are so important. And imagine the change that you make and how you are going to change. How you develop. That, my brother, it won't matter what situation you're in. Good, bad, in the middle, you'll know how to handle it. Not let alone not only handle it, but survive and thrive. But yeah, man, it starts with that. So I don't know what you've been praying for. I don't know what you've been looking for. I hope you're not looking as Philo for it, because I'm not looking to change anything. Like I just let it be. I'll show you. Like I said, I got some stuff to play you. But nah, bro, I want the best version of me, bro. I want the best version of you. Because that's the only thing that's going to change. Some of y'all right. Nothing will change. You're right. Nothing will change outside of your control. That's word to Epictetus. That's word to Mr. Aurelius. But yeah, bro, you're going to change. And that's really what's important. So, I don't know, man. I don't know what you hear from me. I don't know what you've gone through. I don't know what you think is going to happen. But, my brother, it requires you and how you handle things and how you behave. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you know what Dog, I hope all my enemies stay the same. I hope nothing bad happens to them. You know that? I hope they stay the same. Because that's death, brother. You know that, right? Alive but got no passion. That's how death gon' feel. You don't get it? My brother, you gotta change. You gotta grow. That's all. That's why I keep saying, my brother, go, move. Maybe you change and the first couple of steps are wrong. Let's do it. Go. At least we'll learn quickly. But go. You have to change, not the situation. You have to change, not the situation. Cause I don't know if you see it, man. It's so much more beneficial for the world and even God, bro, when we change rather than the situation. Do you get what I'm saying? Think about it. It's way better. Way better for the world. Imagine if everybody picked up their cross, took their responsibility. Oh, growth. It's funny how so many people act like they don't want growth. You love it. All of y'all in the market should love growth. That's why I don't let it stop at your portfolio. Oh, they don't feel me. They don't feel me. So, that's the first part. Second part. Josh. Josh, you're angry. Josh, you're this. Josh, you're that. That's all, Josh, you're so. Can I be real with you? I'll be real with you. I am angry. I'm very angry with you, son. Daughter, very angry. You know why? Because some of you are throwing away your potential. I think it's fucking disgusting that you're not angry about it. You know why? It's your life. I just told you, it don't matter. Believe me, bro. That's the sad part. Some of y'all are waging all this war against yourself and others, and it's for $1. The fuck, dude? Some of you, that's why you like and don't like me at the same time, but you think I give a fuck about it? I care about that. Some of you throwing away your fucking potential. I don't like it. That does piss me off. It pisses, and then you know what makes it more angry? That you don't care about it. That's why at the end of the day, bro, you gotta get it, but you're gonna have to figure this one out. But yes, that's bothering. Watching people give away their mind. Literally believing in anything but the truth. Yeah, I'm very disappointed with you, son. The ladies, the daughters, I'm very disappointed. Let's be real. I don't wish no harm on you. Nobody does. That's why it's like we want the best for everybody. But y'all have so much potential. And it's at this time in some of your guys' lives to just be so indifferent about who you are, what you possess, how important it is, all this stuff, dude. That should piss you off. I don't even know you and I'm pissed off. Think about that. Bro. It should bother you. That's why, bro, I see some of y'all you have opportunity, you have everything right at your fingertips. And you're choosing to throw so many things away. I'm not trying to reprimand you. I'm not trying to patronize you. I'm just, you want to know how I feel, right? You want to point the finger at me? Go, I'll take it. That's why I said, bro, come at me. Let's go. I'll be the bad guy. I don't give a fuck. Because when I was the good guy, I could even tell you, I'll be like, nah, man, I think that was harmful. Like, why are you throwing this away? Serious. You have all this stuff. I've seen people, the greed, the jealousy, the envy. What are you doing right now? This is your moment to really change things with yourself. And once you're able to grasp that, you are going to change the world, my brother. And then some of y'all, you know, what am I going to do? I can't do this, but they told me this. You don't even realize what you're taking in. You are forming your beliefs. I don't think that's your belief, dude. I know there was a time where you believed. I know there was a time where you looked at yourself and you actually valued yourself. You don't remember? You don't remember? You do. Think a little harder. You valued things. You valued yourself. You were young, maybe. Some of you are still young. That's the bothering part. Because you have so much ahead of you. That's what I was saying, bro. Do y'all think I didn't realize certain things? This is the saddest thing, bro. Bro, some people, a lot, actually. That's why I call some of you out on it now, and you're like, oh, shit. But, dude, stop playing. Yo, dude, hearts of envy. And you have people willing to help you. And they put arms out and their hand out. You don't think, and again, it's not just me. I've seen this happen to so many people all around. Try to give it to you. Try to help you with stuff. And that only made it you want to be worse? That only made you want more from others and less from yourself? Come on. Yeah, I'm angry. Fuck yeah, I'm angry. If that's you, I think you should be angry too. At least you could understand. Stop throwing away your future. For real. That's what I'm saying, man. I don't know how much of it's my fault, but I don't know how the fuck y'all thought you were gonna just, okay, let me small good decision in my bio. Yeah, 10%. Oh, long term. Oh, if I say I love you every day, what the fuck is wrong with you? Because you think, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Do you not think that we see it? And I don't know if others see it, but I see it. And as someone who loves you, I'm telling you, the time is over. You don't get it. You weren't slick. You weren't any of that. That was somebody trying to open a door for you. And what did you do? You thought you turned it nefarious. You see what I'm saying? You think, bro, you guys think this is a new behavior out of me? Go listen to the songs. Go listen to everything. This is me. You don't think I spotted this shit? You don't think I've been around evil my whole life? You don't think I've been around money and all these motherfuckers? You thought your little fake game you thought it was working? No, bro, that was love. That was somebody trying to open a door for you. I can't let you get stuck in that. You can't do that. That's what I'm saying. You can't do that. I mean, you can, but you're going to have to figure this out. So yeah, stop throwing away your future. Very, very frustrating. At the end of the day, I told you I'm free. Everybody is. Because like I said, think about what we talked about yesterday. I don't like some of y'all just welcoming in so much garbage into yourself. And whether that's metaphorically or physically. But guess what? You are the one who lives with the consequence. So I hope y'all can recognize it. And I hope you use the opportunity. But now, I hope you realize too the game that you're playing. Hey, yo, Constellation. Check Dio, Bud, but check STZ. I think they had. Didn't they have? Oh no, that was Anheuser. I think. No, it was Constellation who had earnings the other day. Ah. So yeah, there's that. But can I tell you something else? To everybody else that doesn't apply to, I'm really not angry at all. Not with you. I love it, actually. And like I've said, thank you. But my thank you don't matter. What matters is you keep going. What matters is you continue to live in it. But I'm not angry at all with some of you. You bring me so much joy. You know why? Look at what you survived. Look at what some of you have done so far. Some of you even survived one of the greatest propaganda campaigns ever known to man. And you came out thinking for yourself. You came out non-conforming. You came out with multiple years of a long term. Dog. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Because like I said, bro, to watch how the two sides, the fork in the road, and seeing how it split up, bro, and seeing so much trash and then seeing so much success. Y'all did good, bro. And I like it. You know why? Look at this. Look at right now. Look at everything we've even done this year. Look at this last month. That's why I'm saying all the bullshit is done. The truth, you live in it. That's it. All this fake shit, you guys, is done. You could keep playing it. But guess what, bro? You playing a game of charades and it's only one person. You look like an idiot. We ain't playing. Nobody is. And that's why I like it. You know why? Because those of you who listened, who did well, who have made this a reality, who have lived in it, and realizing too, it's not just me. It's not just my teaching, bro. A real teaching from the word that came before me, that will be after me. Some of y'all live good and it wasn't, am I a good person, man? Some of you ruined your life trying to prove to yourself you're a good person. Shut up. You know what it is or not. That growth, that movement. You're gonna, good is objective. My brother, you should know this. You shouldn't have to prove it. With mistakes or success. And I think some of you are good people. But I wouldn't get caught up in that. Look at what happened. But I love it and thank you. You know why? And this is why I'm happy. You want to know why I'm happy with some of y'all? Listen, I love you. I'm so excited. Listen to my voice right now. Because think about it. Y'all did it. Now forceful and straightforward with you, my brother, that doesn't hurt you. Tell me I'm lying. That's why I'm excited. Because some of you have made it through now with half a decade. And you came out stronger. Now you could handle it. You can handle, hey bro, that's going to hurt you. And now you're like, oh, I get it. You're not viewing it on this little childish game anymore. I love it. Now the real sparks can fly and fires can get started without this thing. So good. But your job is not done. That's what I'm saying. I hope you please don't lose sight of this. You did good now, bro. Maybe 5 years from now, I might be talking about you and how you were doing so good and now you're not. Don't fuck it up. See what I'm saying? You know that's in love. Secure your future. Especially if you already did the good steps. Especially if you've already been literally faithful in everything. This is your time. I think you're going to have a lot of time. God willing. But yeah, man, that's you. And I hope you do secure it. That's why I said even all those accounts, bro. You know, I had a couple big ones. We up to 25 million in the Robinhood accounts and people willing to shift. That's amazing. But guess what? All of that could be lost. Do you understand? Y'all don't fucking feel me, huh? You know that? Can I tell you? I don't care if your account's 1,000. I don't care if it's 500,000. I don't care if it's any million. I'm being dead ass serious. You could lose it all. I don't want that for you. And that's why I'm saying secure your future right now. Every single one of you. This is, we're going to find out, huh? But for real, man, that's a great thing. But y'all got to secure it. And things can change. That's why I'm saying, man, you want to play this game? Some of y'all can't handle this. But you will find the truth on your own. But those of you, that's why I'm telling you, don't get that poison in your mind. You are not untouchable. Bro, we are nothing. I'm nothing. It's in the Lord's hands, and I think you are called to be wise. And you are called to guard and protect it. That don't mean you could be a fool and still get to keep it all. I've had that realization. And praise God. So you hear me? It's exciting. But get ready. You better watch out. Understand you can fail. That's why you gotta, every day, there should be a guard at the door. And you got a lot, boy, you better not start, oh, but I don't have enough. You do. I think y'all will be blessed with shit you cannot even imagine. But that don't start with none of it except yourself. And it starts with you taking care of it and valuing it in yourself and your future. For real. Kaba and dude, Eli Lilly, it went. Let me see those. They doubled up, but they just took away the fucking bid. That's what I'm saying. Even the shitty out the monies, you couldn't even get a bid. So, I hope you feel me. No, I'm none of that. Please don't do that. I'm whatever God said I am. That's it. Okay? Don't put that on anybody, good or bad. That's what I'm saying. I'm done with this, you guys. All of you. Don't thank me. Don't look up to me. Stop quoting Bible verses and you're this, you're that, you're good, you're bad. It doesn't matter. God knows. I think we all know deep down. You know what I'm saying? I need it. I need it all. There's no flattery, no nothing, bro. We are nothing. I'm nothing. I'm shit. I've said that. You hear everything. I know it. I know it, bro. I know my authority too. But at the end of the day, that's given to me. Everything. It is in the Father's hands. Do you not understand? Not in yours, not in mine, in the Father's. The sooner y'all realize this, y'all love it. But it's about you. It's about me. You saw it today. I will take responsibility. They say, no, you're not. No, you don't. It don't matter what you say. You see, we all need to. We need to call ourselves to a higher standard. Every single one of us. Don't matter who gonna validate you or not. Right or wrong. But so yeah. I hope the sparks fly. Chad, I hope you get on fire. For everything, bro. And fire, bro. You know? How many people are scared of fire? Fire, hell. I know. You don't want to end up in the fire, but you want that fire to fuel you. Oh, man. So, Chattadonia, God bless you. And now, I got 3 clips for you. I'm going to give you one from Dorsey again. I like it. It was a new one. I liked it a lot. And then I'm going to give you the guy that Dorsey likes. A lot of people like Stephen Darby. I got one that I'm going to play for you. And then once I'm done with that, I'll tell you what the last one is. It's a little longer, but I want to remind you about it. I want you to hear it. Again, I know a little bit from the propaganda book of repetition, but we can rewire reality. What is it? CMA and FitB, Comerica, and then that first third. Here it is. So this is Dorsey. Dorseesavage. You guys, I don't think he's on Twitter. You'll find him on TikTok. I never talked to this guy, bro. You know that? I just listened. You know that? I've never spoken to him. I've just listened. And I like it. That's what I'm saying. I like people who have a good message. People that, again, that I could actually see it. And he's just a normal guy, bro. I think the Lord blessed him with wisdom in his communication. And like, yeah, he ain't no big pastor. He ain't, it's just truth. But yeah, man, I don't know. And if you want it, you'll find it. Seek and ye shall find, brother. So, here it is.
One of the major battles David had to fight was from people who genuinely loved him, genuinely liked him, but began to grow insecure of him. This happened both with Saul and with Saul's daughter. Beware of people who try to get you to pipe down just so that you don't pique their insecurities. And I want you to understand that both times it was always what women were saying that did it to him. For Saul and for Saul's daughter. Women said Saul has slain his 1,000, but David his 10,000s. Saul got mad at him. Saul from that day tried to throw a spear at him. And also when David danced with all of his might, Saul's daughter said, hey, you shamelessly uncovering yourself to these women. It was always what other people were thinking. And God is illustrating this, that, look, this is a very, very female trait. This is a trait of the soul. It is not a trait of the spirit. Do not listen to people that's talking to you about that. Now, yes, you have to be able to hear guidance, but guidance is like what Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, told him. Look, you're taking too much on yourself. Here's a better way to do it. It's not simply trying to ridicule you. What Saul was doing when he was throwing that spear at David to fix him, the Bible says he tried to fix him against the wall. He was deliberately trying to leave him stuck in a certain position. And it's the same thing that Saul's daughter was trying to do. Beware of that. Go forth in power, in greatness, in glory, and pique all of their insecurities. Because listen, if you can't run with the foot soldiers, how you going to run with the horses? It does take all that. It takes more than that. And we will see the fullness of the glory of God. That things are going to get greater. They're going to get brighter. And if it takes you losing some people that say that they loved you because they're walking in their soul and not walking in their spirit, so be it. You better go do what God told you to do. Peace.
I might make you listen to it again. It's 2 minutes.
One of the major battles David had, yes, you have to be able to hear guidance, but guidance is like what Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, told him. Look, you're taking too much on yourself. Here's a better way to do it. It's not simply trying to ridicule you. What Saul was doing when he was
that right there. Chad, you don't pipe down for nobody, especially if it's truth. They ain't going, bro, come on. Seriously. And you wanna tell me something? I agree. Give me a better way to do it. You just want to talk shit? We stomping it. Do you not get it? That's why. You think I came here to ridicule any of you on some dumb decisions? You think I just want to call it dumb? I've given you a better way every time. Tell me I'm wrong. You know the answers. And that's it. It's very simple. Change. Be a better version of yourself, dog. People are going to get insecure about that. I don't know why, but that's been happening since the Bible time. You don't see it? So what are you really listening to? My bro, that's why I want you in the secret place. I hope some of y'all realize your potential and authority. You know why? Because you'll know what God has for you. You'll know your mission, plan, your purpose. And again, a man or a woman of purpose, dog, is crazy. That's how you shed off everything. You know, that's how you could grow out of anything. You're a different person. But that's what I'm saying, bro. How you think people live their whole life avoiding this? What do you think gonna happen? I know some of you dealt with this. All of you started with your long term. I know you shared it with people. I know some of you made good decisions in your life, and you've all experienced this. Stop playing. And that's why. And then you want to be a part. You want to live unrighteously, and you want to try to correct people on their plans and missions. My brother, give a better way to do it. Oh, we don't want to hear your nonsense. Go ahead. You could say it. I got more nonsense right back. But guess what? I'm going to always give you a better way. That's how you do it. Otherwise, you don't have to listen to it. You realize that, right? I don't. That's what I'm telling you. Is it me being belligerent? No. Am I not? Do you think I don't want to learn and take in info? No. I'm not going to follow unrighteousness. I will only follow the Lord in goodness, defined, and I could go back in writing for a book that was there before I was even born, before all of you were born. I don't need to twist it. You don't need to chow this and no. It's very simple. If it's in that, and it's this, and there's a better way to do it, then yeah, tell me. Let's go. Other than that, though, it's not. No, it's different. But y'all are going to go through this. And the more and more you grow, the more and more. So like I'm saying, bro, if y'all can't get around this, some of y'all better figure out this validation thing real quick. And y'all better figure out what's influencing you and stopping you, because you don't see it. How do you expect to get to the top of the mountain? My guy, because everybody who stopped midway, they're not going to tell you to keep going. Why haven't you realized this? Some people will try to pull you down, dog. Every Bible story's like that. So I hope you feel me. I hope you feel him. Now here's the next one, Stephen Darby.
And we serve a God that's so awesome, that he's so patient. That's a better word. That he will let me get to the end of me, to where I'm at the end of me. Because you will not cry out to him until you are at the end of you. That's why I don't jump in people that's on drug stuff. I don't get involved. Wait, are you done? No, you ain't done. Gone. I ain't got $20. No, gone. Because I know until a person reaches the bottom of their God quest, meaning whatever you have placed as your idol, until that idol has failed you utterly, you're not going to seek the Most High. So I'm not going to enable you or prolong your bottom. And if you want to know why come my son won't get saved or my husband won't get saved, because you're enabling him. Let him hit the bottom. People get mad at me all the time for that, but I understand the bottom. I know what the bottom is. The bottom is the greatest teacher that you could ever have. From the bottom is when the voice of the Lord is magnified. But as long as the prodigal son had all his stuff, he couldn't hear until he lost everything. And he was at the...
I'm going to play it one more time. I need you to write down whatever sticks out to you. Okay? Just one more time.
And we serve a God that's so awesome, that he's so patient. That's a better word. That he will let me get to the end of me, to where I'm at the end of me. Because you will not cry out to him until you are at the end of you. That's why I don't jump in people that's on drug stuff. I don't get involved. Wait, are you done? No, you ain't done. Gone. I ain't got $20. No, gone. Because I know until a person reaches the bottom of their God quest, meaning whatever you have placed as your idol, until that idol has failed you utterly, you're not going to seek the Most High. So I'm not going to enable you or prolong your bottom. And if you want to know why come my son won't get saved or my husband won't get saved, because you're enabling him. Let him hit the bottom. People get mad at me all the time for that, but I understand the bottom. I know what the bottom is. The bottom is the greatest teacher that you could ever have. From the bottom is when the voice of the Lord is magnified. But as long as the prodigal son had all his stuff, he couldn't hear until he lost everything. And he was at the...
That's Stephen Darby, bro. He passed away a while ago. I'm telling you, bro. There's some, there's people don't even know about. I even showed y'all GK and some other stuff. But yeah. Y'all don't get it? You do get it. There's nothing, that's perfect. You get it. You get it. You get it. What did you write down? I'll tell you the thing I want. This is what I understand. This is what I learned. Bro, I said this in another way at the beginning of the year. This is why I said talk to me at the end. I said y'all gotta go. You gotta go. Do whatever you want. I told you, didn't I tell you I can't get in your guys' way anymore? Y'all think I'm the bad guy? I don't care. I'm willing to do that. I need to get out the way of everybody. My brother, you should do the same. It's not even about enabling. This is how God is. This is how we are. Humans. From humans. Your idol needs to fail you utterly. That's what it is. That's all. That's why I said go. Choose whatever you want. Stop, and that's why. Stop trying to mix it in with my God. Stop lying to yourself. Go. You say that's your life. You say that's what's good for me. Go, take it. Because guess what? Dude, you know, that's why you don't think it's weird people can't hear? They hear, but they don't, like they could listen, but they don't really hear it. How? That's how. Bro, you guys wrote down exactly what I wrote down. The bottom magnifies the Lord's voice. That's why I said, dude, you are all going to find truth on your own. It's never going to be by me telling you your idol, not me telling you what's God, who's God, or anything. You guys don't get that? I don't want that. Because that's not real. I've said this. I said this to you. I said this to people in my family. I said this to anybody who will listen. That's just how it works. That's why I'm saying, bro, like, for real, I praise God that, and listen, if y'all really can put down these idols and all these fake things, bro, before you lose everything, before you have to pay any sort of cost with it, both monetarily or not, God bless you. That's a blessing. And guess what, bro? If you have to lose it all, it's still a blessing. You know why? Because if you really learn it, then you'll know what the truth is. Then you will hear it better than you've ever heard it before. It is the fence. It's part of that. But I'm telling you, man, you should choose. Go. Whatever you think in life has served you. You think these people have helped you. You think this ideology, you think no God, whatever it is, go 100% on it. That's it. I ain't gonna get in your way. I don't want to. I don't even want to be around you on both sides of it. You know why? Because it's not, dude, is it me being mean? No, I want you to learn it. For real. I can't get in the way of that. Don't let anybody get in the way of that. If that's you, stop getting in the way of people. Simple. People got a lot of idols. I have a lot of idols. I think I had them and I had to smash them all down. That's why too. You see what I'm saying? Y'all don't get it. You think these idols go peacefully? You think these idols go with your, oh yeah, thank God, oh faith? No. Every time there's a Bible, you got to tear it. Every time there's an idol in the Bible, you tear it down. That's not an orderly process. That's not a gentle thing. You understand? It's just a lot. Think about this, whether it's an idol failing or you're trying to get rid of it. All of this that's a lot of commotion. That's a lot of energy. But it has to happen. But bro, some of us are prolonging it. I prolonged it for a minute. Or we're just getting in the way, and that's the problem, bro. It sucks because you don't, that's it. You don't want to see people suffer, bro. Do you think I want any of y'all to lose money? For real. If you genuinely think I do, you're a fool. That's why I'm saying, go look at what I've done. Look at all of this stuff. And this was a good thing. It still is. But something happened, bro. People can't hear. Even if they hear, it's idols. And we put a lot of faith in things that don't work. And guess what? If you think it works, that's fine. But you got to go fully on it. That's what I'm telling. I challenge every idol out there. You don't get it? I know who my God is. I know the one true living God that I've shared with all of you. And I'll keep sharing it. That's why I said, look around this whole year. That's what I said from the beginning. Just like Elijah, he said, go take your 300, 400, 500 gods. If they could go and do that, go do it. Y'all got to see the idol fail before y'all ever gonna hear God. You could smash them on your own, or you're going to have to let it fail you completely until you get this. Oh, but when you do, when you reach a real bottom, not this soft, half-assed stuff, both ways, then you're going to hear the voice magnified. All right? I love it. Joby. That's fresh. Yeah, I remember they said they're manufacturing blades this morning at a factory, but yeah, that's popping. That looks different than most everything here. Just search Pastor Stephen A. Darby, because unfortunately, he passed away like 10 years ago, I believe. And yeah, you'll find his stuff on YouTube and all that, but most of the TikToks are just clips. It's just clips of the guy. That's why I'm saying. I listened to him back in the day. I would always listen to him. That's why I'm like, it's kind of crazy that dog wise. The two and that's the sad part, bro. ACHR Musk says Tesla might. Yeah, we had that rumor earlier, bro. That's crazy. What a delay. But yeah, man, that was. I was telling you, bro, these pastors, Miles Monroe, Stephen Darby, unfortunately, they have passed away. They literally passed away right before everything got crazy. And these were the guys that were, I don't know, what they said about culture and the kingdom and the truth, everything. It's nuts. But that's why I didn't know that one guy, Dorsey. I liked his stuff. And then he started talking. I was like, no way, bro. Because those guys are the truth. They're not with us anymore, but they're the truth. Listening to Elon, it doesn't sound like it'll be a flying car. Oh, did the podcast come out? That could be it. So, that's your second clip. And I hope you take them all to heart. But now, can I tell you what I want to remind you of? What do you think I'm going to remind you of today? I'm going to play you something that I already played for you. What do you think it's going to be? Let's see. You tell me, brother. You tell me. Sassy, no. Bro, super racist. I don't want to hear any of that, brother. Just get away from me. If you don't agree with it, go do whatever you want. If this was not your invitation to go listen. And if you've already formed a judgment without doing it on your own and taking in all that, that's great. But That's what I'm saying. Don't compliment me. Don't try to say anything. I don't want to hear it. Tell me how to do better. I'm not tolerating none of this crap. Y'all will find any way to put wisdom beneath the feet. That's why they taught us to criticize. That's why they taught us everything was racist. It's insane. What do you think I'm going to play you? I love this one. It's going to trip you guys out again. The first time I played this for you, it tripped you out. I remember. I played it before, but it wasn't recent. It was recent, but it wasn't like in the last week recent. Oh, someone got close. Bow, 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 bow. So this was written, I want to say I think it was like the 50s or the 60s, by Napoleon Hill. And they did not release this until 2017, 2018. Because they said it was too harsh, or they said it was too, they didn't think people could handle it at the time. It's called Outwitting the Devil by Napoleon Hill. But why do I want to share it with you again? I just want to remind you. This is one of the most important things right now. I love everybody, your power, everything you have, what you can accomplish, where we're at in this world, everything. And the first time I played this for you, it tripped y'all out. Because this is my belief. I believe there is a big intelligence in this world. You don't get it? What do they call us? We are intelligence, Chad. You don't know that? Human intelligence, intelligent beings. And then what are we living at right now at the beginning of? We are at the beginning of artificial intelligence. Right as everybody is, degrading themselves, not valuing themselves, always believing they can't do anything, can't change anything, right? The real intelligence is acting like that as we are starting to develop artificial intelligence. I believe there is a superior intelligence in this world. It's God. It comes from God. Fear of the Lord is the foundation of knowledge. It really is. And I said this, what's going to happen? All the things I've shared with you, how you've grown in life, and what's about to happen in the future. Whether it's short term, long term, it don't matter. You know what's going to happen? You are going to take in stuff. You're going to get all these things. You're going to get intelligence. All of you will. You already have it. And those of you that create for the light and good, you are going to end at real intelligence, at actual intelligence, not AI. Those of you who build in darkness, those of you who use it to control people, hurt people, keep it all for yourself, you are going to build in darkness. And that is going to become artificial intelligence. This is my belief. And I was telling you guys this, and then I played the audiobook. I want you to hear Outwitting the Devil, because when I first heard this book, I read it back in 2018 or whatever, and I loved it. It was a good book. We've all heard of it. A lot of people have. And it's like, oh, wow, it's a great book, great lessons, boom, 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 right? Yeah, after all this AI stuff, all the things I'm working on, all the stuff a lot of you now even know about. You're going to hear this and tell me it doesn't sound like he's prompting an AI. Mind you, this book from like the 40s or 50s, really. But it sounds, the way he commands it, the way he stops the conversation, says what he wants, the way that he's forced to answer, it literally mimics an AI. The crazy part is, when it came out, you wouldn't have thought about that because you never knew about a chatbot. But now that we're in here, it's changed a little bit. Did Trump put one out, or is this old? I just saw a Truth headline. Oh, where'd it go? I am hereby making Nigeria's country a particular concern. Uh-oh. Is that gonna relate to oil, bro? Yeah, that came out right now. Oh, but he's talking about the Christians. He said, when any group or Christians are slaughtered is happening, something must be done. I'm asking Riley Moore and Tom Cole to immediately look into this matter and report back to me. Such atrocities are happening in Nigeria and numerous other. We stand ready and willing to save our great Christian population. Nice. The president, one of the only few talking about that one. But yeah, interesting. Dope. But yeah, I want you guys to take this serious, but just let your mind get blown. You always see what I'm talking about. And like I'm telling you, I want to just remind you this. I want you to hear it. You know why? So you could put some fucking belief behind it. So you could get some real change in energy and understand what the hell is going on. What you have at your disposal. There is an infinite intelligence. How they build the pyramids. How are all these motherfuckers using candles for lights? How did they invent all these things that were so great for society and the world? They didn't have no internet. Bro, if the internet went down tomorrow and everything got wiped out, dog, I can't make Bluetooth. You know that? Dog, if I was a time traveler, I wouldn't be able to monetize it. You know that? If I went back in time and I'm in the 1940s, I'm like, iPhone. They'd be like, what the fuck you mean iPhone? I'm like, nah, touch screen iPhone. They're like, show me how to make it. I'm like, you call Apple. They're like, Apple the fruit? Oh, you get it? Think about it, bro. My brother, we are on an adventure. We are on a treasure hunt. There is something deep. You should all be excited, and now, little by little, the tools are being unlocked to find it. There is real intelligence in this world. Oh, I love it. Don't you ever forget. But again, you build in the light, you're going to end up at actual intelligence. You build in the darkness, brother, you're going to end up at artificial. So let me play this. I don't even know what part I'm going to play. There's one part, but I think I might just start.
The law of compensation. It is the power with which nature balances negative and positive forces throughout the universe.
All right, we'll just start from here. I'll play like 20 or 30 minutes of it. Like I'm saying, this book was written in like what, 40 or 50s? And then it came out 50 years after or so, longer. And like I'm saying, it's an audiobook. It's two people. But again, now notice, we wouldn't have ever compared this to an AI until the chatbots came out. That's what I'm saying. It's a whole new perspective. So here you go.
Versus in all forms of energy, in all forms of matter, and in all human relationships.
Does the law of hypnotic rhythm operate quickly in all instances? For example, does this law immediately bless one with the benefits of positive application of thoughts, or curse one immediately with the results of negative thoughts?
The law operates definitely, but not always swiftly. Both the benefits and the penalties incurred through the law by individuals may be harvested by others, either before or after their death. Observe how this law works by forcing upon one generation of people the effects of both the sins and the virtues of preceding generations. In the operation of all of nature's laws, the fourth dimension, time, is an inexorable factor. The length of time consumed by nature in the relation of effects to their causes depends in every instance on the circumstances at hand. Nature grows a pumpkin in 3 months. A good-sized oak tree requires 100 years. She converts a hen's egg into a chicken in 4 weeks, but she requires 9 months to convert the egg of a human being into an individual.
I now have a better understanding of the potentialities of adversity and failure. You may go ahead now with your description of the next of the 7 principles. What is your next principle?
The next principle is environmental influence.
Go ahead and describe the working principle of environmental influences as a determining factor in human destinies.
Environment consists of all the mental, spiritual, and physical forces which affect and influence human beings.
What connection, if any, is there between environmental influences and hypnotic rhythm?
Hypnotic rhythm solidifies and makes permanent the thought habits of human beings. Thought habits are stimulated by environmental influences. In other words, the material on which thoughts are fed comes from one's environment. Thought habits are made permanent by hypnotic rhythm.
What is the most important part of one's environment, the part which determines, more than all others, whether an individual makes positive or negative use of his mind?
The most important part of one's environment is that created by his association with others. All people absorb and take over, either consciously or unconsciously, the thought habits of those with whom they associate closely.
Do you mean by this that constant association with a person whose thought habits are negative influences one to form negative thought habits?
Yes. The law of hypnotic rhythm forces every human being to form thought habits which harmonize with the dominating influences of his environment, particularly that part of his environment created by his association with other minds.
Then it is important that one select one's close associates with great care.
Yes. One's intimate associates should be chosen with as much care as one chooses the food with which he feeds his body, with the object always of associating with people whose dominating thoughts are positive, friendly, and harmonious.
Which class of associates has the greatest influence upon one?
One's partner in marriage and in the home, and one's associates in his occupation. After that come close friends and acquaintances. Casual acquaintances and strangers have but little influence on one.
Why does one's partner in marriage have so great an influence upon one's mind?
Because the relationship of marriage brings people under the influence of spiritual forces of such weight that they become dominating forces of the mind.
How may environmental influences be used to break the grip of hypnotic rhythm?
All influences which establish thought habits are given permanency through the law of hypnotic rhythm. One may change the influences of his environment so that the dominating influences are either positive or negative, and the law of hypnotic rhythm will make them permanent unless they are changed through one's habits of thought.
Stating this truth in another way, one may submit himself to any environmental influence desired, whether positive or negative, and the law of hypnotic rhythm will make the influence permanent when it assumes the magnitude of thought habit. Is that the way the law works?
That is correct. Be careful of all forces which inspire thought. Those are the forces which constitute environment and determine the nature of one's earthly destiny.
What class of people controls their environmental influences?
The non-drifters. All who are victims of the habit of drifting forfeit their power to choose their own environment. They become the victims of every negative influence of their environment.
Is there no way out for the drifter? Is there no method by which he may submit himself to the influence of a positive environment?
Yes, there is a way out for drifters. They can stop drifting, take possession of their own minds, and choose an environment which inspires positive thought. This they may accomplish through definiteness of purpose.
Is that all there is to the act of eliminating the habit of drifting? Is the habit only a state of mind?
Drifting is nothing but a negative state of mind, a state of mind conspicuous by its emptiness of purpose.
What effective procedure may one follow in establishing an environment most helpful in developing and maintaining positive thought habits?
The most effective of all environments is that which may be created by a friendly alliance of a group of people who will obligate themselves to assist one another in achieving the object of some definite purpose. This sort of an alliance is known as a mastermind. Through its operation, one may associate himself with carefully chosen individuals, each of whom brings to the alliance some knowledge, experience, education, plan, or idea suited to his needs in carrying out the object of his definite purpose. The most successful leaders in all walks of life avail themselves of this sort of made-to-order environmental influence. Outstanding achievement is impossible without the friendly cooperation of others. Stating the truth in another way, successful people must control their environment, thereby ensuring themselves against the influence of a negative environment.
What of people whose duty to relatives makes it impossible for them to avoid the influence of a negative environment?
No human being owes another any degree of duty which robs him of his privilege of building his thought habits in a positive environment. On the other hand, every human being is duty-bound to himself to remove from his environment every influence which even remotely tends to develop negative thought habits.
Isn't this a cold-blooded philosophy?
Only the strong survive. No one can be strong without removing himself from all influences which develop negative thought habits. Negative thought habits result in the loss of the privilege of self-determination, no matter what or who may cause those habits. Positive thought habits may be controlled by the individual and made to serve his aims and purposes. Negative thought habits control the individual and deprive him of the privilege of self-determination.
I deduce from all you have said that those who control the environmental influences out of which their thought habits are built are masters of their earthly destinies, and that all others are mastered by earthly destinies. Is that stating the matter correctly?
Perfectly stated.
What establishes one's thought habits?
All habits are established because of inherent or acquired desires, or motives. That is, habits are begun as the result of some form of definite desire.
What takes place in the physical brain while one is forming thought habits?
Desires are organized impulses of energy, called thoughts. Desires that are mixed with emotional feeling magnetize the brain cells in which they are stored and prepare those cells to be taken over and directed by the law of hypnotic rhythm. When any thought appears in the brain or is created there, and is mixed with keen emotional feeling of desire, the law of hypnotic rhythm begins at once to translate it into its physical counterpart. Dominating thoughts, which are acted upon first by the law of hypnotic rhythm, are those with which are mixed the strongest desires and the most intense feelings. Thought habits are established by the repetition of the same thoughts.
What are the most impelling basic motives or desires which inspire thought action?
The 10 most common motives, those which inspire most of one's physical action, are these: the desire for sex expression and love, the desire for physical food, the desire for spiritual, mental, and physical self-expression, the desire for perpetuation of life after death, the desire for power over others, the desire for material wealth, the desire for knowledge, the desire to imitate others, the desire to excel others, the 7 basic fears. These are the dominating motives which inspire the majority of all human endeavors.
What about the negative desires such as greed, envy, avarice, jealousy, anger? Are these not expressed more often than any of the positive desires?
All negative desires are nothing but frustrations of positive desires. They are inspired by some form of defeat, failure, or neglect by human beings to adapt themselves to nature's laws in a positive way.
That's a new slant on the subject of negative thoughts. If I correctly understand what you have said, all negative thoughts are inspired by one's neglect or failure to adapt oneself harmoniously to nature's laws. Is that correct?
That is exactly correct. Nature will not tolerate idleness or vacuums of any sort. All space must be and is filled with something. Everything in existence, of both a physical and a spiritual nature, must be and is constantly in motion. The human brain is no exception. It was created to receive, organize, specialize, and express the power of thought. When the individual does not use the brain for the expression of positive, creative thoughts, nature fills the vacuum by forcing the brain to act upon negative thoughts. There can be no idleness in the brain. Understand this principle, and you will come into a new and important understanding of the part environmental influences take in the lives of human beings. You will better understand also how the law of hypnotic rhythm operates, it being the law which keeps everything and everyone constantly moving through some form of expression, of either negative or positive principles. Nature is not interested in morals as such. She is not interested in right and wrong. She is not interested in justice and injustice. She is interested only in forcing everything to express action according to its nature.
That is an enlightening interpretation of nature's ways. To whom may I turn for corroboration of your claims?
To men of science, to the philosophers, to all accurate thinkers. Lastly, to the physical manifestations of nature herself. Nature has no such thing as dead matter. Every atom of matter is constantly in a state of motion. All energy is constantly in motion. There are no dead voids anywhere. Time and space are literally manifestations of motion of such swiftness that it cannot be measured by human beings.
Alas, one is forced to the conclusion from what you say that the sources of dependable knowledge are shockingly limited.
The developed sources of knowledge are limited. Every normal adult human brain is a potential gateway to all the knowledge there is throughout the universes. Every normal adult brain has within its mechanism the possibility of direct communication with infinite intelligence, wherein exists all the knowledge that is or can ever be.
Your statement leads me to believe that human beings may become all they have attributed to what they call God. Is that what you mean?
Through the law of evolution, the human brain is being perfected to communicate at will with infinite intelligence. The perfection will come through organized development of the brain, through its adaptation to nature's laws. Time is the factor which will bring perfection.
What causes cycles of recurring events such as epidemics of disease, business depressions, wars, and crime waves?
All such epidemics in which great numbers of people are similarly affected are caused by the law of hypnotic rhythm, through which nature consolidates thoughts of a similar nature and causes those thoughts to be expressed through mass action.
Then the Great Depression was put into motion because great numbers of people were influenced to release thoughts of fear. Is that correct?
Perfectly. Millions of people were endeavoring to get something for nothing through stock gambling. When they suddenly discovered they had gotten nothing for something, they became frightened, rushed to their banks to draw out their balances, and the panic was on. Through mass thought of millions of minds, all thinking in terms of fear of poverty, the depression was prolonged over a period of years.
From what you say, I deduce that nature consolidates the dominating thoughts of people and expresses these thoughts through some form of mass action, such as business depressions, business booms, and so on. Is that correct?
You have the right idea.
Let us now take up the next of the 7 principles. Go ahead and describe it.
The next principle is time, the 4th dimension.
What relationship is there between time and the operation of the law of hypnotic rhythm?
Time is the law of hypnotic rhythm. The lapse of time required to give permanency to thought habits depends upon the object and the nature of the thoughts.
But I understood you to say that the only enduring thing in nature is change. If that is true, then time is constantly changing, rearranging, and recombining all things, including one's thought habits. How then could the law of hypnotic rhythm give permanency to one's thought habits?
Time divides all thought habits into 2 classes, negative thoughts and positive thoughts. One's individual thoughts are, of course, constantly changing and being recombined to suit the individual's desires. But thoughts do not change from negative to positive, or vice versa, except through voluntary effort on the part of the individual. Time penalizes the individual for all negative thoughts, and rewards him for all positive thoughts, according to the nature and purpose of the thoughts. If one's dominating thoughts are negative, time penalizes the individual by building in his mind the habit of negative thinking, and then proceeds to solidify this habit into permanency every second of its existence. Positive thoughts are likewise woven by time into permanent habits. The term permanency, of course, refers to the natural life of the individual. In the strict sense of the term, nothing is permanent. Time converts thought habits into what might be called permanency during the life of the individual.
Now I have a better understanding of how time works. What other characteristics has time in connection with the earthly destiny of human beings?
Time is nature's seasoning influence through which human experience may be ripened into wisdom. People are not born with wisdom, but they are born with the capacity to think, and they may, through the lapse of time, think their way into wisdom.
Do youths ever possess wisdom?
Only in very elementary matters. Wisdom comes only through the lapse of time, It cannot be inherited, and it cannot be imparted from one person to another except through the lapse of time.
Does the lapse of time force an individual to acquire wisdom?
No. Wisdom comes only to non-drifters who form positive thought habits as a dominating force in their lives. Drifters and those whose dominating thoughts are negative never acquire wisdom except of a very elementary nature.
From what you say, I infer that time is the friend of the person who trains his mind to follow positive thought habits, and the enemy of the person who drifts into negative thought habits. Is that correct?
That is precisely true. All people can be classified as drifters and non-drifters. Drifters are always at the mercy of the non-drifters, and time makes this relationship permanent.
Do you mean that if I drift along through life without definite aim or purpose, the non-drifter may become my master, and time only serves to give the non-drifter a stronger and more permanent grip upon me?
That is stating the truth exactly.
What is wisdom?
Wisdom is the ability to relate yourself to nature's laws so as to make them serve you, and the ability to relate yourself to other people so as to gain their harmonious, willing cooperation in helping you to make life yield whatever you demand of it.
Then accumulated knowledge is not wisdom.
Great heavens, no. If knowledge were wisdom, the achievements of science would not have been converted into implements of destruction.
What is needed to convert knowledge into wisdom?
Time, plus the desire for wisdom. Wisdom is never thrust upon one. It is acquired, if at all, by positive thinking, through voluntary effort.
Is it safe for all people to have knowledge?
It is never safe for anyone to have extensive knowledge without wisdom.
What is the age at which most people who acquire wisdom begin to acquire it?
The majority of people who acquire wisdom do so after they have passed the age of 40. Prior to that time, the majority of people are too busy gathering knowledge and organizing it into plans to spend any effort seeking wisdom.
What circumstance of life is most apt to lead one to acquire wisdom?
Adversity and failure. These are nature's universal languages through which she imparts wisdom to those who are ready to receive it.
Do adversity and failure always bring wisdom?
No, only to those who are ready for wisdom and have voluntarily sought it.
What determines one's readiness to receive wisdom?
Time and the nature of one's thought habits.
Is newly acquired knowledge the same as time-tested knowledge?
No. Knowledge tested through the lapse of time always is superior to that which has been newly acquired. Time gives to knowledge definiteness in both quality and quantity, and dependability. One can never be sure of knowledge that has not been tested.
What is dependable knowledge?
It is knowledge which harmonizes with natural law, which means that it is based upon positive thought.
Does time modify and alter the values of knowledge?
Yes, time modifies and alters all values. That which is accurate knowledge today may become null and void tomorrow because of time's rearrangement of facts and values. Time modifies all human relationships for better or for worse, depending upon the policy through which people relate themselves to one another. In the realm of thought, there is a time when it is proper to sow the seeds of thought, and there is a proper time to reap the harvest of those thoughts, the same as there is a time to sow and a time to reap from the soil of the earth. Without the proper measurement of time between the sowing and the reaping, nature modifies or withholds the rewards of the sowing.
Go ahead now and describe the last two of the 7 principles.
The next principle is harmony. Throughout nature, one may find evidences that all natural law moves in an orderly manner, through the law of harmony. Through the operation of this law, nature forces everything within the range of a given environment to become harmoniously related. Understand this truth, and you will catch a new and a more intriguing vision of the power of environment. You will understand why association with negative minds is fatal to those seeking self-determination.
Do you mean that nature voluntarily forces human beings to harmonize with the influences of their environment?
Yes, that is true. The law of hypnotic rhythm forces upon every living thing the dominating influences of the environment in which it exists.
If nature forces human beings to take on the nature of the environment in which they live, what means of escape are available to people who find themselves in an environment of poverty and failure, but desire to escape?
They must change their environment or remain poverty-stricken. Nature permits no one to escape the influences of his environment. However, nature, in her abundance of wisdom, has given to every normal human being the privilege of establishing his own mental, spiritual, and physical environment. But once he establishes it, he must become a part of it. This is the inexorable working of the law of harmony.
In a business association, for example, who establishes the dominating influence that determines the rhythm of the environment?
The individual or individuals who think and act with definiteness of purpose.
Is it as simple as that?
Yes. Definiteness of purpose is the starting point from which an individual may establish his own environment.
I do not seem to follow your reasoning. The entire world is torn with warfare and business depressions and other forms of strife which represent about everything except harmony. Nature does not seem to be forcing people to harmonize with one another. How do you explain this inconsistency?
There is no inconsistency. The dominating influences of the world are, as you say, negative. Very well, nature is forcing human beings to harmonize with the dominating influences of the world environment. Manifestations of harmony may be either positive or negative. For example, a group of men in prison may, and they generally do, think and act in a negative manner. But nature sees to it that the dominating influence of the prison is impressed upon every individual in it. A group of poverty-stricken people in a tenement house may fight among themselves and apparently resist all forms of harmony. But nature forces each of them to become a part of the dominating influence of the house in which they live. Harmony, in the sense it is here used, means that nature relates everything throughout the universe as to every other thing of a similar nature. Negative influences are forced into association with one another, no matter where they may be. Positive influences are just as definitely forced into association with one another.
I'm beginning to see why successful business leaders are so careful in the choice of their business associates. Men who succeed in any calling usually establish their own environment by surrounding themselves with people who think and act in terms of success. Is that the idea?
That is the idea exactly. Observe, with profit, that the one thing all successful men insist upon is harmony among their business associates. Another trait of successful people is that they move with definiteness of purpose and insist upon their associates doing the same. Understand these two truths, and you understand the major difference between a Henry Ford and a day laborer.
Now, tell me about the last of the 7 principles.
The last principle is caution. Next to the habit of drifting, the most dangerous human trait is the lack of caution. People drift into all sorts of hazardous circumstances because they do not exercise caution by planning the moves they make. The drifter always moves without exercising caution. He acts first and thinks later, if at all. He does not choose his friends. He drifts along and allows people to attach themselves to him on their own terms. He does not choose an occupation. He drifts through school and is glad to get the first job that will give him food and clothing. He invites people to cheat him at trade by neglecting to inform himself of the rules of trade. He invites illness by neglecting to inform himself of the rules of sound health. He invites poverty by neglecting to protect himself against the environmental influences of the poverty-stricken. He invites failure at every step he takes by neglecting to exercise the caution to observe what causes people to fail. He invites fear in all its forms by his lack of caution in examining the causes of fear. He fails in marriage because he neglects to use caution in his choice of a mate, and he uses still less caution in his methods of relating himself to her after marriage. He loses his friends or converts them into enemies by his lack of caution in relating himself to them on the proper basis.
Are all people lacking in caution?
No, only those who have acquired the habit of drifting. The non-drifter always uses caution. He carefully thinks his plans through before he begins them. He makes allowances for the human frailties of his associates and plans ahead to bridge them. If he sends a messenger on an important mission, he sends someone else to make sure the messenger does not neglect his mission. Then he checks on both of them to be sure his wishes have been fulfilled. He takes nothing for granted where caution provides a way to ensure his success.
Isn't over-caution as detrimental as lack of caution?
There is no such thing as over-caution. What you call over-caution is an expression of fear. Fear and caution are two entirely different things.
Don't people mistake fear for over-caution?
Yes, that does sometimes happen. But the majority of people create for themselves far more disastrous hazards by total lack of the habit of caution than by over-caution.
In what way may caution be used most advantageously?
In the selection of one's associates and in one's method of relating oneself to associates. The reason for this is obvious. One's associates constitute the most important part of one's environment, and environmental influences determine whether one forms the habit of drifting or becomes a non-drifter. The person who exercises due caution in the choice of associates never allows himself to be closely associated with any person who does not bring to him, through the association, some definite mental, spiritual, or economic benefit.
Isn't that method of choosing associates selfish?
It is sensible and leads to self-determination. It is the desire of every normal person to find material success and happiness. Nothing contributes more to one's success and happiness than carefully chosen associates. Caution in the selection of associates becomes, therefore, the duty of every person who wishes to become happy and successful. The drifter allows his closest associates to attach themselves to him on their own terms. The non-drifter carefully selects his associates and allows no one to become closely associated with him unless that person contributes some form of helpful influence or bestows some definite benefit.
It never occurred to me that caution in the selection of friends had so definite a bearing on one's success or failure. Do all successful people exercise caution in the selection of all their associates, whether in business, social, or professional relationships?
Without the exercise of caution in the choice of all associates, no one may be certain of success in any calling. On the other hand, lack of exercise of caution brings almost certain defeat in whatever one undertakes.
Summary. 3 things connected with my interview with the devil interest me most.
Yeah. I just played it from the random clip there because it was like, it shows you on YouTube where the most listens. So I just started. That was like the end of it, I'm pretty sure. And then it goes in. But yeah, Outwitting the Devil. That is by Napoleon Hill. Came out 50 years after he died. But like I'm telling you, man, infinite intelligence. It's real. It's somewhere. But then again, I think you might be engaging with it already, all of us. But I think it's important. I think it's very important. And I think there's a lot of, again, the truth is the truth. You know, a lot of the stuff I've shared with you, you'll realize it's in that book. And you've heard it in many other ways. And a lot of every single book, every self-help book, everything man has ever discovered, it's all the same. Because once it's the truth, dog, that's it. But yeah, there were some good ones in there. I'm sure you all wrote down some other ones. But, you know, I think there's definitely 2 more that stuck out to me. I just think the harmony, that was a big one. But then again, like he said, you'll find harmony with people who would want to to change the world, and they'd want to do it because we can agree and we could actually be harmonious about environment, objectives, goals. I don't know. Some of y'all say this is your work. If that's the case, then I think you even have a higher calling on that one. That book's called Outwitting the Devil by Mr. Napoleon Hill. And I don't know. You tell me, bro. You tell me. Once you set your environment, you have to become it. I think that's facts. I think that's the thing people don't realize. I think that's the part where I started to realize it, and y'all don't realize my reaction. My reaction was, oh shit. I said, I don't want to be against God. I don't, whether I want to or not, it doesn't matter, because I could just look around at the environment. Because guess what, dog? You are going to become it. Once you set the environment, you become it. That's why, bro, I love all of y'all. But I'm not going to get trapped in nothing. I guess what? I don't want none of you to get trapped in any environment. Look around. Not just here, everywhere. So yeah, I think there is a difference. A very, very big difference. And the understanding of these differences, like you said, I think it's the difference between a Henry Ford and just working. And I think some of y'all, I hope we have harmony in this. Some of y'all agree with me. That's it. Carefully selected. Let's find the ones who let's be harmonious. But that's why, too, I ain't trying to convince you. I don't want to. You don't like it, you got to find it on your own. And then I hope there's some caution. Remember, caution and fear. Caution and fear. There is very, very. You want another one? I kind of want to keep listening to it. I'm gonna click in the middle. Oh my God! You know what I just clicked on?
Or God.
That is it precisely.
Oh wait, it says it right here.
This admission may put envy and hatred. Remember, your mind attracts that which your mind dwells upon. End of life.
It said fear.
Why
right
doesn't
when I
your
clicked on it.
opposition use hypnotic rhythm to make permanent one's higher thoughts and nobler deeds? Why does your opposition permit you to use this stupendous force as a means of entangling people in a web of evil, spun by their own thoughts and deeds? Why does your opposition not outwit you by binding people with thoughts which build and lift them above your influence?
The law of hypnotic rhythm is available to all who will use it. I make use of it more effectively than does my opposition because I offer people more attractive bribes to think my sort of thoughts and indulge in my sort of deeds.
In other words, you control people by making negative thinking and destructive deeds pleasing to them. Is that correct?
That is the idea exactly.
I've often wondered why your opposition, what we earthbound call God, does not annihilate you. Can you tell me why?
Because the power is as much mine as his. It is as available to me as to him. That is what I have been trying to get over to you. The highest power in the universe can be used for constructive purposes, through what you call God. Or it can be used for negative purposes, through what you call the devil. And something more important still, it can be used by any human being just as effectively as by God or the devil.
You make a far-reaching claim. Can you prove your claim?
Yes, but it would be better if you proved it for yourself. The devil's word is not worth much among your earthbound sinners. Neither is God's word. You fear the devil and refuse to trust your God. Therefore, you have but one source available through which you may appropriate the benefits of universal power, and that is by trusting and using your own power of thought. This is the direct road to the universal storehouse of infinite intelligence. There is no other road available to any human being.
Why have we earthbound not found the road to infinite intelligence sooner?
Because I have intercepted you and led you off the path by planting in your minds thoughts which destroy your power to use your minds constructively. I have made it attractive to you to use the power of infinite intelligence to attain negative ends through greed, avarice, lust, envy, and hatred. Remember, your mind attracts that which your mind dwells upon. To divert you away from my opposition, I had only to feed you on thoughts helpful to my cause.
If I understand what you're saying, you're admitting that no human being need fear the devil or worry about how to flatter God.
That is it precisely. This admission may put a crimp in my style, but I have the satisfaction of knowing it may also slow down my opposition by sending people direct to the source of all power.
In other words, if you cannot control people through negative bribes or fear, then you wish to kick over the entire apple cart and show people how to go around God. Are you by any chance in politics too? Your technique seems frightfully familiar.
Am I in politics? If I am not in politics, who do you believe starts depressions and forces people into wars? Surely you would not lay this at the door of my opposition. As I have already told you, I have allies in all walks of life to help me in connection with all human relationships.
Why don't you take over the churches and use them outright in your cause?
Do you think I am a fool? Who would keep alive the fear of the devil if I subdued the churches? Who would serve as a decoy to attract the attention of people while I manipulate their minds if I did not have some agency through which to sow the seeds of fear and doubt? The cleverest thing I do is to use the allies of my opposition to keep the fear of hell burning in the minds of people. As long as people fear something, no matter what, I will keep a grip on them.
I am beginning to see your scheme. You use the churches to plant the seed of fear and uncertainty and indefiniteness in the minds of people. These negative states of mind cause people to form the habit of drifting. This habit crystallizes into permanency through the law of hypnotic rhythm. Then the victim is helpless to help himself. Is that right? Hypnotic rhythm, then, is something to be watched and respected.
A better way of stating the truth is that hypnotic rhythm is something to be studied, understood, and voluntarily applied to attain definite desired ends.
If the force of hypnotic rhythm is not voluntarily applied to attain definite ends, may it be a great danger?
Yes, and for the reason that it operates automatically. If it is not consciously applied to attain a desired end, it can, and it will, operate to attain undesired ends. Take the simple illustration of climate, for example. Anyone can see and understand that nature forces every living thing and every element of matter to adjust itself to her climates. In the tropics, she creates trees which bear fruit and reproduce themselves. She forces the trees to adjust themselves to her scorching sun. She forces them to put out leaves suitable for protection against the rays of the sun. These same trees could not survive if removed to the Arctic regions, where nature has established an entirely different climate. In the colder climate, she creates trees which are adjusted to survive and to reproduce themselves, but they could not survive if transplanted in the tropical regions. In the same manner, nature clothes her animals, giving to those in each different climate a covering suited to their comfort and survival in that climate. In a similar manner, nature forces upon the minds of men the influences of their environment, which are stronger than the individual's own thoughts. Children are forced to take on the nature of all influences of those around them, unless their own thoughts are stronger than the influences. Nature sets up a definite rhythm for every environment, and everything within the range of that rhythm is forced to conform to it. Man alone has the power to establish his own rhythm of thought, providing he exercises this privilege before hypnotic rhythm has forced upon him the influences of his environment. Every home, every place of business, every town and village, and every street and community center has its own definite, discernible rhythm. If you wish to know what a difference there is in the rhythms of streets, take a walk up Fifth Avenue in New York, and then down a street in the slums. All forms of rhythm become permanent with time.
Does each individual have his own rhythm of thought?
Yes, that is precisely the major difference between individuals. The person who thinks in terms of power, success, opulence, sets up a rhythm which attracts these desirable possessions. The person who thinks in terms of misery, failure, defeat, discouragement, and poverty attracts these undesirable influences. This explains why both success and failure are the result of habit. Habit establishes one's rhythm of thought, and that rhythm attracts the object of one's dominating thoughts.
Hypnotic rhythm is something resembling a magnet which attracts things for which it has a magnetic affinity. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That is why the poverty-stricken herd themselves into the same communities. It explains that old saying, misery loves company. It also explains why people who begin to succeed in any undertaking find that success multiplies with less effort as time goes on. All successful people use hypnotic rhythm, either consciously or unconsciously, by expecting and demanding success. The demand becomes a habit, hypnotic rhythm takes over the habit, and the law of harmonious attraction translates it into its physical equivalent.
In other words, if I know what I want from life, demand it, and back my demand by a willingness to pay life's price for what I want, and refuse to accept any substitutes, the law of hypnotic rhythm takes over my desire and helps, by natural and logical means, to transmute it into its physical counterpart. Is that true?
That describes the way the law works.
Science has established irrefutable evidence that people are what they are because of heredity and environment. They bring over with them at birth a combination of all the physical qualities of all their numberless ancestors. After they arrive here, they reach the age of self-consciousness, and from there on, they shape their own personalities and more or less fix their own earthly destinations as the result of the environmental influences to which they are subjected, especially the influences which control them during early childhood. These two facts have been so well established, there's no room for any intelligent person to question them. How can hypnotic rhythm change the nature of a physical body, which is a combination of thousands of ancestors who have lived and died before one is born? How can hypnotic rhythm change the influence of one's environment? People who are born in poverty and ignorance have a strong tendency to remain poverty-stricken and ignorant all through life. What, if anything, can hypnotic rhythm do about this?
Hypnotic rhythm cannot change the nature of the physical body one inherits at birth, but it can and it does modify change, control and make permanent one's environmental influences.
If I understand what you mean, a human being is forced by nature to take on and become a part of the environment he chooses, or the environment that may be forced upon him?
That is correct. But there are ways and means by which an individual may resist the influences of an environment he does not wish to accept, and also a method of procedure by which one may reverse the application of hypnotic rhythm from negative to positive ends.
Do you mean that there is a definite method by which hypnotic rhythm can be made to serve instead of destroy one?
I mean just that.
Tell me how this astounding end may be attained.
For my description to be of any practical value, it will be necessarily lengthy, because it will have to cover 7 principles of psychology which must be understood and applied by all who use hypnotic rhythm to aid them in forcing life to yield that which they want.
Then break your description into 7 parts, each giving a detailed analysis of one of the 7 principles with simple instructions for its practical application. Your Majesty will now proceed to unfold the secrets of the 7 principles through which human beings may force life to provide them with spiritual, mental, and physical freedom. Do not be sparing in your description of these principles. I want a complete illustration of how the principles may be used by anyone who chooses to use them. Tell us all you know about the principle of definiteness of purpose.
If you go through with this mad idea of publishing my confession, you will open the gates of hell and turn loose all the precious souls I have collected back down through the ages. You will deprive me of souls yet unborn. You will release from my bondage millions now living. Stop, I beg of you.
Open up. Let's hear what you have to say about the principle of definiteness of purpose.
You are pouring water
That's
on the
making the
fires of
AI
hell,
talk.
but the
Told you, look at
responsibility is yours, not mine. I may as well tell you that any human being who can be definite in his aims and plans can make life hand over whatever is wanted.
That is a broad claim, Your Majesty. Do you wish to tone it down a bit?
Tone it down? No, I wish to tone it up. When you hear what I now have to say, you will understand why the principle of definiteness is so important. My opposition uses a clever little trick to cheat me of my control over people. The opposition knows that definiteness of purpose closes the door of one's mind so tightly against me that I cannot break through unless I can induce one to form the habit of drifting.
Why doesn't your opposition give your secret to all people by telling them to avoid you through definiteness of purpose? You have already admitted that 2 out of every 100 people belong to your opposition.
Because I am more clever than my opposition. I draw people away from definiteness with my promises. You see, I control more people than my opposition because I am a better salesman and a better showman. I attract people by feeding them liberally of the thought habits in which they like to indulge.
Is definiteness of purpose something with which one must be born, or may it be acquired?
Everyone, as I have told you before, is born with the privilege of being definite, but 98 out of every 100 people lose this privilege by sleeping on it. The privilege of definiteness can be maintained only by adopting it as a policy by which one is guided in all the affairs of life.
Oh, I see. One takes advantage of the principle of definiteness, just as one may build a strong physical body, through constant, systematic use. Is that it?
You have stated the truth clearly and accurately.
Now I think we are getting somewhere, Your Majesty. We have at long last found the starting point from which all who become self-determining in life must take off. We have discovered from your astounding confession that your greatest asset is man's lack of caution, which enables you to lead him into the jungle of indefiniteness through simple bribes. We have learned, beyond the question of doubt, that anyone who adopts definiteness of purpose as a policy and uses it in all of his daily experiences cannot be induced to form the habit of drifting. Without the aid of the drifting habit, you are powerless to attract people through promises. Is this correct?
I couldn't have stated the truth more clearly myself.
Go ahead now and describe how people neglect their privilege of being free and self-determining through indefiniteness and drifting.
I have already made brief reference to this principle, but I will now go into more minute details as to how the principle works. I shall have to begin at the time of birth. When a child is born, it brings with it nothing but a physical body representing the evolutionary results of millions of years of ancestry. Its mind is a total blank. When the child reaches the age of consciousness and begins to recognize the objects of its surroundings, it begins also to imitate others. Imitation becomes a fixed habit. Naturally, the child imitates, first of all, its parents. Then it begins to imitate its other relatives and daily associates, including its religious instructors and school teachers. The imitation extends not merely to physical expression, but also to thought expression. If a child's parents fear me and express that fear within range of the child's hearing, the child picks up the fear through the habit of imitation and stores it away as part of its subconscious stock of beliefs. If the child's religious instructor expresses any form of fear of me, and they all do in one form or another, that fear is added to the similar fear passed to the child by its parents, and the two forms of negative limitation are stored away in the subconscious mind to be drawn upon and used by me later in life. In a similar way, the child learns by imitation to limit its power of thought by filling its mind with envy, hatred, greed, lust, revenge, and all the other negative impulses of thought which destroy all possibility of definiteness. Meanwhile, I move in and induce the child to drift until I bind its mind through hypnotic rhythm.
Am I to understand from your remarks that you have to gain control of people while they are very young, or lose your opportunity at them altogether?
I prefer to claim them before they come into possession of their own minds. Once any person learns the power of his own thoughts, he becomes positive and difficult to subdue. As a matter of fact, I cannot control any human being who discovers and uses the principle of definiteness.
Is the habit of definiteness a permanent protection against your control?
No, not by any means. Definiteness closes the door of one's mind to me only as long as that person follows the principle as a matter of policy. Once any person hesitates, procrastinates, or becomes indefinite about anything, he is just one step removed from my control.
What has definiteness to do with one's material circumstances? I want to know if one may acquire power through definiteness of purpose without inviting destruction through the law of compensation.
Your question limits my illustrations because there are so few people in the world who understand, and there have been so few in the past who understood, how to use definiteness of purpose without attracting to themselves the negative application of the law of compensation.
That's weird. It's moving.
Here you are forcing me to disclose one of my most prized tricks. I am bound to tell you that I eventually reclaim for my cause all who escape me temporarily through definiteness of purpose. The reclamation is made by filling the mind with greed for power and the love of egotistical expression, until the individual falls into the habit of violating the rights of others. Then I step in with the law of compensation and reclaim my victim.
So I see from your admission that definiteness of purpose may be dangerous in proportion to its possibility as a power. Is that true?
Yes. And what is more important, every principle of good carries with it the seed of an equivalent danger.
That is hard to believe. What danger, for example, can there be in the habit of love of truth?
The danger lies in the word habit. All habits, save only that of the love of definiteness of purpose, may lead to the habit of drifting. Love for truth, unless it assumes the proportion of definite pursuit of truth, may become similar to all other good intentions. You know, of course, what I do with good intentions.
Is love for one's relatives also dangerous?
The love for anything or anyone, save only the love of definiteness of purpose, may become dangerous. Love is a state of mind which beclouds reason, saps willpower, and blinds one to facts and truth. Everyone who becomes self-determining and gains spiritual freedom to think his own thoughts must examine carefully every emotion that seems even remotely related to love. You may be surprised to know that love is one of my most effective baits. With it I lead into the habit of drifting those whom I could attract with nothing else. That is why I have placed it at the head of my list of bribes. Show me what any person loves most, and I will have my cue as to how that person can be induced to drift until I bind him with hypnotic rhythm. Love and fear combined give me the most effective weapons with which I induce people to drift. One is as helpful to me as the other. Both have the effect of causing people to neglect to develop definiteness in the use of their own minds. Give me control over a person's fears and tell me what he loves most, and you may as well mark that person down as my slave. Both love and fear are emotional forces of such stupendous potency that either may completely set aside the power of will and the power of reason. Without will and reason, there is nothing left to support definiteness of purpose.
But, Your Majesty, life would not be worth living if people never felt the emotion of love.
Ah, you are right as far as your reasoning goes, but you neglected to add that love should be under one's definite control at all times. Of course, love is a desirable state of mind, but it also is a palliative which may be used to limit or destroy reason and willpower, both of which rate above love in importance to human beings who want freedom and self-determination.
I understand from what you say that people who gain power must harden their emotions, master fear, and subdue love. Is that correct?
People who gain and maintain power must become definite in all their thoughts and all their deeds. If that is what you call hard, then they must become hard.
Let us look into the sources of advantage of definiteness in the everyday affairs of life. Which is more apt to succeed, a weak plan applied with definiteness, or a sound, strong plan indefinitely applied?
Weak plans have a way of becoming strong if definitely applied.
You mean that any plan definitely put into continuous action in pursuit of a definite purpose may be successful, even if it is not the best plan?
Yes, I mean just that. Definiteness of purpose plus definiteness of plan by which the purpose is to be achieved generally succeeds, no matter how weak the plan may be. The major difference between a sound and an unsound plan is that the sound plan, if definitely applied, may be carried out more quickly than an unsound plan.
In other words, if one cannot be always right, one can and should be always definite. Is that what you were trying to get across to me?
That is the idea. People who are definite in both their plans and their purposes never accept temporary defeat as being more than an urge to greater effort. You can see for yourself that this sort of policy is bound to win if it is followed with definiteness.
Can a person who moves with definiteness of both plan and purpose be always sure of success?
No. The best of plans sometimes misfire. But the person who moves with definiteness recognizes the difference between temporary defeat and failure. When plans fail, he substitutes others, but he does not change his purpose. He perseveres. Eventually, he finds a plan that succeeds.
Will a plan based upon immoral or unjust ends succeed as quickly as one motivated by a keen sense of justice and morality?
Through the operation of the law of compensation, everyone reaps that which he sows. Plans based on unjust or immoral motives may bring temporary success, but enduring success must take into consideration the fourth dimension, time. Time is the enemy of immorality and injustice. It is the friend of justice and morality. Failure to recognize this fact has been responsible for the crime wave among the youths of the world. The youthful, inexperienced mind is apt to mistake temporary success for permanency. The youth often makes the mistake of coveting the temporary gains of immoral, unjust plans, but neglects to look ahead and observe the penalties which follow as definitely as night follows day.
This is pretty deep stuff, Your Majesty. Let us get back to the discussion of lighter and more concrete subjects that are likely to interest the majority of people. I'm interested in discussing the things that make people happy and miserable, rich and poor, sick and healthy. In brief, I'm interested in everything that can be used by human beings to make life pay satisfactory dividends in return for the effort that one puts into the business of living.
Very well, let us be definite.
You have my idea. Your Majesty has a tendency to stray off into abstract details which most people can neither understand nor use in the solution of their problems. Could that by any chance be a definite plan of yours to answer my questions with indefinite answers? If that is your plan, it is a slick trick, but it will not work. Go ahead now, and tell me something more of the miseries and failures of human beings growing directly out of indefiniteness.
Why not permit me to tell you more of the pleasures and successes of people who understand and apply the principle of definiteness?
I observe that sometimes people with definiteness of plan and purpose get what they ask from life, only to find after they get it that they do not want it. What then?
Generally, one can get rid of whatever is not wanted by application of the same principle of definiteness with which the thing was acquired. A life that is lived with fullness of peace of mind, contentment, and happiness always divests itself of everything it does not want. Anyone who submits to annoyance by things he does not want is not definite. He is a drifter.
What about married people who cease to want each other? Should they separate? Or is it true that all marriages are made in heaven, and the contracting parties are, therefore, forever bound by their bargain, even though it may prove to be a poor one for both?
First, let me correct that old saying that all marriages are made in heaven. I know of some which were made on my side of the fence. Minds which do not harmonize should never be forced to remain together in marriage or any other relationship. Friction and all forms of discord between minds lead inevitably to the habit of drifting, and of course to indefiniteness.
Aren't people sometimes bound to others by a relationship of duty, which renders it impractical for them to take from life what they want most?
Duty is one of the most abused and misunderstood words in existence. The first duty of every human being is to himself. Every person owes himself the duty of finding how to live a full and happy life. Beyond this, if one has time and energy, not needed in the fulfillment of his own desires, one may assume responsibility for helping others.
Isn't that a selfish attitude? And isn't selfishness one of the causes of failure to find happiness?
I stand by my statement that there is no higher duty than that which one owes himself.
Doesn't a child owe something in the way of duty to its parents, who gave it life and sustenance during its periods of helplessness?
Not at all. It is just the other way around. Parents owe their children everything they can give them in the way of knowledge. Beyond that, parents often spoil instead of helping their offspring by a false sense of duty, which prompts them to indulge their children instead of forcing them to seek and gain knowledge at first hand.
I see what you mean. Your theory is that too much help thrust upon the youth encourages him to drift and become indefinite in all things. You believe that necessity is a teacher of great sagacity, that defeat carries with it an equivalent virtue, that unearned gifts of every nature may become a curse instead of a blessing. Is that correct?
You have stated my philosophy perfectly. My belief is not theory, it is fact.
Then you do not advocate prayer as a means of gaining desirable ends.
On the contrary, I do advocate prayer, but not the sort of prayer that consists of empty, begging, meaningless words. The sort of prayer against which I am helpless is the prayer of definiteness of purpose.
I never thought of definiteness of purpose as being a prayer. How can it be?
Definiteness is in effect the only sort of prayer upon which one can rely. It places one in the way of using hypnotic rhythm to attain definite ends, by the mere act of appropriating it from the great universal storehouse of infinite intelligence. The appropriation, in case you are interested, takes place through definiteness of purpose, persistently pursued.
Why do the majority of prayers fail?
They don't. All prayers bring that for which one prays.
But you just said that definiteness of purpose is the only sort of prayer upon which one can rely. Now you say that all prayers bring results. What do you mean?
There is nothing inconsistent about it. The majority of people who pray go to prayer only after everything else fails them. Naturally, they go with their minds filled with fear that the prayers will not be answered. Well, their fears are realized. The person who goes to prayer with definiteness of purpose and faith in the attainment of that purpose puts into motion the laws of nature, which transmute one's dominating desires into their physical equivalent. That is all there is to prayer. One form of prayer is negative and brings only negative results. One form is positive and brings definite positive results. Could anything be more simple? People who whine and beg God to assume responsibility for all their troubles and provide them with all the necessities and luxuries of life are too lazy to create what they want and translate it into existence through the power of their own minds. When you hear a person praying for something that he should procure through his own efforts, you may be sure you are listening to a drifter. Infinite intelligence favors only those who understand and adapt themselves to her laws. She makes no discrimination because of fine character or pleasing personality. These things help people negotiate their way through life more harmoniously with one another. But the source from which prayer is answered is not impressed by fine feathers. Nature's law is, know what you want, adapt yourself to my laws, and you shall have it.
Does that harmonize with the teachings of Christ?
Perfectly. Also, it harmonizes with the teachings of all truly great philosophers.
Is your theory of definiteness in harmony with the philosophy of man of science?
Definiteness is the major difference between a scientist and a drifter. Through the principle of definiteness of purpose and plan, the scientist forces nature to hand over her most profound secrets. It was through this principle that Edison uncovered the secret of the talking machine, the incandescent electric light, and scores of other benefits for mankind.
Then I understand that definiteness is the first requisite for success in all earthly undertakings. Is that right?
Exactly. Anything which teaches people to examine facts and coordinate them into definite plans through accurate thinking is hard on my profession. If this thirst for definite knowledge now spreading over the world keeps up, my business will be shot to pieces within the next few centuries. I thrive on ignorance, superstition, intolerance, and fear, but I cannot stand up under definite knowledge properly organized into definite plans in the minds of people who think for themselves.
Why don't you take over omnipotence and manage the whole works in your own way?
You might as well ask why the negative portion of the electron doesn't take over the positive portion and run the entire works. The answer is that both the positive and the negative charges of energy are necessary to the existence of the electron. One is balanced equally against the other, stalemated as it were. So it is with what you call omnipotence and I. We represent the positive and the negative forces of the entire system of universes, and we are equally balanced one against the other. If this power of balance were shifted the slightest degree, the whole system of universes would become quickly reduced to a mass of inert matter. Now you know why I cannot take over the whole show and run it my way.
If what you say is true, you have exactly the same power as omnipotence. Is that true?
That is correct. My opposition, you call it omnipotence, expresses itself through the forces which you call good, the positive forces of nature. I express myself through the forces you call bad, the negative forces. Both good and bad are coincidental with existence. One is as important as the other.
Then the doctrine of predestination is sound. People are born to success or failure, misery or happiness, to be good or bad, and they have nothing to do with this, nor can they modify their natures. Is that your claim?
Emphatically not. Every human being has a wide range of choice in both his thoughts and his deeds. Every human being can use his brain for the reception and the expression of positive thoughts, or he can use it for the expression of negative thoughts. His choice in this important matter shapes his entire life.
From what you have said, I gather that...
I think we got to talk a little bit, baby. We got to talk a little bit. So that's Outwitting the Devil. I mean, once again, I played this to you guys a while ago when we started to pursue infinite intelligence with definiteness. I think, do you guys get what's going on now? And do you see why, for everything from harmony to friction to purpose to lack of drift? Like I said, we need both good and bad. I ain't really trying, I'm not mad at anybody, but I know exactly what I want for me and what you want. That's what I'm saying. If you don't want the same thing as me, that's okay. But we're not going to do it. So who's with me? Because you already got the mastermind. You know, we're already blessed with thousands of people. We just got to figure it out. And I think we do. Your long term has been a very definite plan. That's why. You guys think I'm trying to get in the way. No, I said keep it very, very definite. We do have a purpose. So, I don't know, man. You get it. You're going to become your environment. Do you understand my demands now? That's like I said, I'm grateful for some of you who have already, you know why? Because think about it, time, wisdom. Some of you have dealt with me for half a decade. What are you talking about? You have the time now. Who cares what the fuck I say? You should have wisdom in who I am and what I've shown you in this purpose. You should have seen where I've drifted. You should see where I've been definite. And the mark is drifting away. But do you get what I'm saying? Like, actually, though, no joke. Do you understand the demands? That's why I demand it. But it's just definiteness. Can I tell you something else? I don't know if you guys want to hear this. You might have to. Yeah. Are you ready? You must all bring something here. Oh, they don't feel me. Every single one of you, every single day, if you are going to participate, you must bring something. That's why, too, if you bring something that is undefinite, if it's friction, if it's the opposite, my guy, I love you. But no, I don't. Get away. Well, I'll talk to you about that, too. You must bring something. Like I said, you've seen my time. I say that so you could have wisdom, actual knowledge and understanding. That's why even today with the Robin Hood thing, we'll talk about it. You know where my heart is at with it. Don't take my word for it. Take half a decade of what it has been. But you must all bring something. If you don't, you need to have value. I think you have the value. That's why I'm not going to that's why I demand it. I'm going to keep demanding it. This is part of it. Like I said, actual intelligence. You guys don't see it? Look around the world, bro. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of doors open. There's a lot of things that could happen. There's a lot of everything. You see what again, good and bad, good and evil, light and dark, you name it. Definiteness of purpose will close the door to anything negative. Do you understand that? It's not about being mean. It's not about intolerance. It's not about any. That's all it is. Slam the door shut. That's why you can't negotiate. Again, anything less, I understand. And I understand how you may feel of that standard. But anything less, my brother, it's going to morph into that environment. That's all it is. You must shut that door. Every single one of you, you have, again, not only do you have thousands of people around you, and then thankfully thousands who have already shown through the same time and wisdom, not just me, all of you who have done it for 5 years, 6 years, every amount of years. We're all in agreement. You got to close that door. Shut it. If you were going to bring something else besides definitive purpose, if you were going to say anything that adds friction or gets in the way of that, my guy, the gate is closed. The door is closed. It's locked. I told you that the other day. Once you have definitive purpose, once you stay, that's the scary part though, I'm going to tell you. He already told you. But I will say this too, he also said it, hesitation. You don't get it. And every little time, every little negotiation, bro, you are one step from that door getting knocked down and you are about to get flooded. You don't see it? But every time you are definite, you are, oh my gosh, that lock gets stronger. Again, it's your life. Like he said, this isn't for me. This isn't for the person next to you. You all have the highest duty and calling towards yourself. Do you understand that? I hope you are definite in that and understand it. Call it selfish, call it whatever you want. But you could still have harmony, love, all these things, but you have to understand, if you are do anything less, you are robbing yourself and others. But then that's what he said, man. Do you not see the risk? I'll tell you the risk. This is the part that sucks. I think we've seen it. That's why I'm telling y'all now, y'all should leave. And if you are a liar, my brother, you should not do that right now and fix it and truly align. You know why? Because definiteness of purpose will backfire if you drift halfway through. The same power that's going to get you all of whatever you're looking for. The same power that is good, that same way, definite, demand, all these things, right? You drift halfway through. You slip up on it and you turn back and open the door, my guy. You are going to get the negative in the same proportion of that strength. That's the scary part. Why do you think when people go, they're doing good and they slip and then they let that change them? Oh, dog. Some of you are going to create a lot of evil. You go halfway through and you do not finish this out till the day that you die. The equivalency of good you will create and have already created will turn to evil and darkness. Do you understand that? This is not a low-cost game that we are playing. The power, the mind, the goals, everything. Bro, your long-term even. You change that plan halfway through, that same power is going to work against you. I need you to understand this. That's why I'm telling you, bro. You got to align with it. Stop faking. Stop trying to act like it's this. If all you wanted was money, dog, you better figure that out. You don't need to play a game. You need to find your definiteness of purpose. But my guy, once you take it on, you must stay with it. Anything else, you are opening up risk. A lot of it. Probably with a power you can't even understand or will have the ability to defend against. You've seen it, have you not? You haven't seen somebody with definiteness and purpose. You haven't seen somebody do so much good and then drift and then it turned in the exact same way right back at them and everybody around them. Oh, man. Yeah, bro, that's real. So I hope you know the cost. I'm gonna give you a harsh one now too. It's harsh, but I need to correct what I said. I feel bad, but I don't know, man. It's true. I told you this though. And that's why I'm grateful though, because you have seen me for a long time. And that time should give you the wisdom again. Yeah, man. Chad, it was just not too long ago. I said, I don't know why I love you. I hate to break it to you. I don't think I love you. Or if I do, you're coming at a different spot. You know why? I don't think I only love God, bro. And I think you should be the same. As terrible as that, it sounds terrible. I know it does. But no. I only love God. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you guys get it. That's why too, it's helped me. This isn't about what good is love if it leads to fear? What good is love if it opens up the door to a lack of definiteness, especially with how definite we have been? That's why I love some of y'all, but dog, if you gonna bring something, you gotta go. That's what I'm saying. I love you, bro, but if you're gonna add friction and disrupt the harmony, you gotta go. You understand? That's why I don't want to hear I love you. I don't believe it. Because that means you're either getting deceived or you're trying to deceive me. My brother, love God, will be in harmony. Love the Lord, the true Father, love the light. Well, but my guy, we're in harmony. I don't even think we need to communicate it. Again, I have the highest duty to myself. I love you in the sense that I believe the same goes for you. And if you live in that and act in that, I think we're good. I know, it's different. I love you enough to be definite. I love you enough to do it every day. But that's what I'm saying. If love goes well below my mind, and the same should go for you. If it gets in the way of definite intelligence, true intelligence, the light, that's why I only love God, man. That's the only love I get back is real God. That's it. He loved me. I know he does. I know he loves you too. Everybody know this. And I think this relates to the modern day. I was just telling you, man, this is the phenomena that I learned. I think the market loves this Philo because we're right back up to open. But again, you have a different dynamic with what's moved right now. Remember, I think we're just brushing off the earnings and getting back to it. But this was the phenomenon I told you. I was like, bro, people don't even want to make money anymore. If they're in like money-making careers and they've built identities and personalities around money, and they don't even care if they make it. They care about being right. You remember how many times I told you this? Well, guess what? My guy, that's not your job. That's not my job. I am not going to be right all the time. I don't care. But I will always be definite. That is your goal. That is your job. If you're going to keep this door shut and you are going to live in your true intelligence and live up to yourself, my brother, be always definite, not always right. Make your mistakes. Be incorrect. As long as you are definite and stay definite and pursue indefiniteness. You get what I'm saying? That's it. That's how we got it backwards. That's how the generation messed up. That's what we got to teach them. My guy, you're not always going to be right, but be definite. Always. Tell me, show me. Keep being definite. I think we misinterpret that. The market is always right, but no, the market is always definite. Because the market persists every day before I was alive and after, if you think about it. That's why the bonds don't look right for 1 day or 2 days or a week, and then it's persisting. It's definite. It's all definite. So I hope you could understand all this now. And the demands and everything. It's simple, man. Friction leads to drift. Friction leads to lack of definite. That's why, as much as I'd want to tell you I love you, that doesn't matter. If it leads to drift, if it changes the environment, if it leads to a lack of definiteness, you gotta go. And now you know exactly what to do. I hope you have the clarity now. And I look forward to the treasure hunt and what we will discover. Now go figure out what the purpose is for you. Your highest call, and be definite. And I hope I see you Monday with something to bring. So Chattadonia, that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. That was a long one. We only have 30 minutes left. But man, I loved it. And yeah, you guys. So I'll play an uncle song, and then we'll talk about the Robinhood thing. If you didn't know, but if you have a Robinhood account, send me your balance to my email, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I'm putting together an offer for Robinhood, and it's starting to get really big, you guys, because people have reached out. But yeah, look back options. I'll explain it. Or if you have an account not at Robinhood and you would be willing to switch, email me your balance. Because I just got a couple of these during all of that. I got one account with like 10 million, another with like 5 mil, and a couple $1 million ones came in. And some were already on Robinhood, but some are willing to switch. So yeah, we're about $40 million right now. I haven't made a video. I've only explained this in passing. So yeah, I don't care, big account or small account. It doesn't matter, but like I'm saying, we should talk, because I have some other ones too, but this is not even we're at 40 million, not even including me, and not even including anybody else that I know would just do it if I asked them. So yeah, I think we could really talk about this. I mean, you guys said it was small at first, but like I'm saying, that was just in 6 hours of talking about it in passing. So I'm going to explain it all again if you don't know what I'm talking about. But so you could maybe email me after I explain it if you'd like to hear. And that's what I'm saying. If you don't, I think the last 5 years, everything I've done with options, again, I was making those Robinhood before Robinhood. I want them to go to good things and helping people. I'll explain it, and I never took a dime from them or anybody else. So this is all. That's why I think some people are reaching out. So, and this is what all the influencers ain't say shit about this. They all, you know what I'm saying? So let's talk, baby. Let's talk. But I'll play you an Uncle song, and then we'll, yeah, we'll go from there.
It's a call, baby. It feels like it's gonna be a good day. Satan, hold on by a crib, that's that. That's ours, why wait? Be great, that's that. No way, we changed, what's the plan? That's that. Out my way, that's the play. New game, that's that. Can't believe they mistook all my kindness. I can't believe they forsake all the guidance. I can't believe they couldn't see the timing. Father, think we should remind us. I'm free, no strings, no chains, that's that. One God, one king, one way, that's that. Sovereign, supreme, what you know about that? One thing before you leave, please don't come back. Never needed them, you needed Jesus. I'd rather have no friends than hang with demons. Your brother gonna show up when he needed, but can the two still walk with that agreement? Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that. That's ours, why wait? Be great, that's that. No way, we changed, what's the plan? That's that. Out my way, that's the play. New game, that's that. Wanna gamble, that's a game for the gods. What's the matter? Thought you knew about the laws. Father, why do they complain about your laws? Ask for justice, but they made sure it was gone. So judgmental, I can see it in your eyes. Getting loud, but you were quiet when they lied. Kept it honest, but they only took in pride. Form was lost, only needed 99. Father, forgive them, they don't know the things they done. Did not depart because we learned it when we young. You could chase it, but I hope you know it runs. Alpha, Omega, start to finish how it's done. You're not like them, not dumb, that's that. Future is yours, don't fade, that's that. Throw it away, that's yours, that's that. Build brick by brick, each hit, that's that. Satan, hold on by a crib, that's that. That's ours, why wait? Be great, that's that. No way, we changed, what's the plan? That's that. Out my way, that's the play. New game, that's that. I'm free, no strings, no chains, that's that. One God, one king, one way, that's that. Sideburns up. Yeah. Real shit, all this dummy shit is boring me. Put me in the book of life, the author and authority. My father is the king, I'ma let him go to war for me. I got a lot of things, but my soul still mean more to me. Down with cannibals, they probably gonna eat your nest. 100 on the crib before I ever put it on my neck. Here, write this down, I don't want you to forget. God gave me this gift, I'm chained to him, not the shit. Just items, rather be like him. The valley in the shadows, I will not be frightened. I don't do the third eye, the word enlightens. Discern how they swerve, all they words, no biting. So smooth with it, wanna imitate it. Saint drip, bitch, I am inundated. In a little different, it's more than innovation. Always had a different vision if we both facing the same location. Oh, I'm patient, y'all keep playing. Haven't you noticed that we the same? No changing, y'all still flaking. I'm still crazy, smoke that hazy. This'll be the part where I tell them that they lazy. Next Jim Cramer, but Bloomberg hate me. And the plays hit, so y'all can't blame me. Instant 06, but the money from the 80s. Why you think I keep on telling y'all it's for the taking? Listen, little nephew, can't you feel the vibration? You don't need a preform to get a live nation. Bar was hella hard, you'd only get it if you play it. LYB, no PRAYIG, make it like they famous. They so draining, they complaining. Do it every day like it was an occupation. What they paying? I'm just saying, I get money on every effort. I ain't better, just a veteran professor of the Benjamins and Jeffersons. It's not about the melanin, it's more about the skeletons, the shit that's in the medicine. Oh no, here we go again, the type of conversation turned them feminine. I am, I have, I shall, no questioning, no mentioning. I think this is the part where the sentence end, period.
Period. Well, another 2 million came in. I love it. So, and I love you guys, and I hope you realize I've been very well aware of how well you guys have done. If you guys, that's why I keep telling y'all, everybody acting and they play a game. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, for real. And that's why I guard you guys, and I understand and I value everyone's future. And that's why you guys gotta realize, why you think they be banning and doing all this dumb shit, dog? It's simple. It's very simple. You have knowledge and you guys really got money. And that's why all the repeating stuff. I've repeated once, million. Repeated once, million. What are we saying here, bro? So that's why, bro. I think let's do it for a change. I never did it for a sponsor. I never did it to do anything. That's all. That's why we hang out all day, bro. And the long term is good, and there's been good things. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's because right now there is a window. Right now, every financial institution looking at reserves and other data, they need all of our money until things change. Now that's fine. And now that's why I think retail could really make a demand to the brokerage. Either, like I'm saying, we could bring new money in, we could move the money, we could do a lot of things, but I just want to talk about it. Let's talk about look back options. That is from the brokerage that brought you the free options, that did all this stuff, man. All I'm saying is that there's an asset right now called look back options that everybody on Wall Street is really trading. It's not big because most people don't have access to it. If you want to revolutionize finance, you need to bring this to retail. Because what a look back option allows you to do is that you could, if you buy an option, let's say you buy, a core weave call. That's the one on the screen. If you bought a 137 call and it hit 137 and then comes down, you can look back and exercise it at 137. Again, imagine this year with all the Donald Trump nonsense. Imagine. And you buy any call, any put, and all the nonsense, the back and forth. They gap it up in the morning, sell it. How about this? What if Robinhood goes down? Have you ever had that happen? Where you had an option play and it hit and you go in the money and then your Robinhood or AWS doesn't work and then you can't sell it? A look back option would make sure you get your money. They cost a little bit more money. I think people would be willing to pay it, but this would make it so much better for all retail traders and get rid of all. It would help this gambling culture a lot. And there's already people doing it. So yeah, that's why I'm saying here, with the repos and everything, this is the opportunity to ask for it. But like I said, I've only repeated this a couple times. And in this little group, this is with all, and imagine all the influencers who get paid by Robinhood. They interview him. How many people pump Robinhood on your head, dog? That's all I'm saying. Why can't we talk about this? If I'm telling you just a couple times, I got $45 million. That's not even, dog, that's without even doing anything. I don't think you guys realize that. You get what I'm saying? That's without making a real push. That's just saying, yo, send me what you got. That's just calculating all these. We've been doing it since the morning. That's with all the shadow ban, all the whatever you want to call it. So yeah, bro, I think it's good for everybody. I think that would help out options a lot. I think I would be much more supportive of Robinhood. I think that would really show where their head is at for their young audience. And at the same time, I think it would make options and hedging, it would make you guys so much better prepared, no matter what gets thrown at you already. And it would reward some of you for risks you already taken, instead of losing and it becomes gambling, how it is. It would be insane. And like I'm saying, I'm not talking about something that doesn't exist. I'm talking about something that right now it makes up about 3 to 5% of all option volume, just by a small group of rich people doing it. Well, we got a bunch of people. We even got some rich people in here. But look. So yeah, man. No broker offers it. That's why I call upon the one that, was able to find a way to bring crypto, was able to bring prediction markets, was able to do free options trading. I think they could. That's what I said. Can we talk about it? I would love to talk about it. I would love for somebody else other than me to talk about it. If you've heard me say something and you've talked about it, why won't you talk about this one? So, yeah, if you want to help with my, figuring this out, if you got an account and you're willing to go to Robinhood, email me a screenshot of your account. If you have a Robinhood account, email me a screenshot of your account. tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I would love to see. This is your opportunity to flex. I know a lot love it, man. So why not? Why not? Yeah, it wouldn't matter if AWS went down. It wouldn't matter what happened if you had to look back. You will pay more. It will cost more money, but literally, they're paying like 2 to 2.9% on a look back option. That's the premium. So like what? You put $1 million down. We're talking $2,000 is what you would pay. Again, and then $290 on 100K, $29 on anything less. Do the math. It's not that much. We've all lost more than that. And then some of y'all have been right, and it hit your price, and it did everything. That's what I'm saying. You would be protected. This would actually benefit retail, and they could make money, and they could get a bunch of whatever. Man, but right now is the window, because like I'm telling you, all around right now, bank reserves are the lowest they've been in 5 years. That's it. Like right now, every financial institution needs your money. I truly believe that. So, you tell me, bro. You tell me. Big account, little account, you email. Let me see. But yeah, right now it's around 45-ish million. Again, I repeat it, y'all send them, it's crazy. And that's what I'm saying. I know some big people who would also be down, but especially I want to see the real people, not just rich people and all that. I'm glad. Some of you did very, very well, and you got good stuff. I'm telling you, this is without any, again, this is with the influence of all of y'all just here. So, let me know. Let me know. Pretty cool. You explain it like there's no downside. It just costs money. That's it. So if you buy it, it's like a normal option. So if you buy a bunch of out of the monies and the strike price never hits, you just spent probably 5 to 10 times as much to lose. That's the downside. It's good for the brokerages because they get paid. And then right now everyone does it because it's not, you can. Like you can, and you don't, compared to the other activity. You want to know what my theory was when I told you this? I think they're all buying lookbacks off exchange or off of, just privately how they are right now. And then they're all playing with the dailies or selling premium on the dailies. Because think about it. You can now gamble on dailies and then hedge it with a look back. Ta-da! And then during Donald Trump, come on. I don't know. But yeah, if you don't get in the money, you still lose. You get what I'm saying? That's simple. A lot of people are going to lose on it because they're going to just buy shitty options. But this is for the people who literally, if you're getting in the money, near the money, like that shit is going to, and then it, like I'm saying, the internet goes down, AWS, it hits there in the morning, sells off, earnings, Intel, you name it. These would be your best fucking friend. Oh, yeah. We got more. Reporting for duty. All right. That's good. That's another like $250,000. I love it. But yeah, man. You guys let me know. Okay, now another 100. Yeah, bro, there's a lot. There's a lot. You're not moving anything back? Well, that's fine, but that's not what we're not talking to you. Like I said, I want to see who's willing. I don't really like Robinhood, but I think this would be a great good faith measure showing where their future's at and how they care about people. Even then, I think even for your fucking influencers, why isn't anybody talking about this? Like I said, if I just keep repeating it, I got $45 million interested to talk about this now. Literally. So, let's talk. Why? What the fuck is wrong with everybody? If you don't want to, no worries, but I'm just saying, I think this is a huge thing. And right now, I'll just tell you this now. I brought this up 6-7 months ago. The reserves were 10 times as much. Right now, your money is so much more valuable. Go ask UUP. Go look at the dollar. Go look at no money moving around. And that's why I'm like, for now, it really says and shows a lot. I think you can make a really good request. And that's what we're doing. So, yeah, big, small, I mean, it says a lot. Not only is it the dollar amount, now we're talking, I think we're a couple hundred people. Because I opened the email, so I don't know how many it is. I should have not opened them, but then I wouldn't know. But yeah, dude, it's ridiculous. So yeah, you tell me, bro. Well, I don't think it's that people don't want it. I think people don't know about it. And that's why I'm saying, let's talk about it. Because like I'm telling you, when I started doing options, it was very small. That's why you guys don't remember when I would tell you the days I was buying Netflix options for like $0.25. You were able to buy any option so cheap. Like, it's crazy. And then it literally started to play out to the point of like, once options got popular, people still didn't really know about it. And then I was making those videos, bro. We were doing option tutorials. That was still a small portion of the market. And then eventually it ballooned into one of the biggest ones. And then now this is the new form. So I just think it's not really new because it's existed, but now it's gaining popularity in the big money markets. But now most people just don't know about it. You have more people just figuring out what a normal option is. You know what I'm saying? Pfizer gets early clearance for Metsara. Watch out. I took some of those already, but that one, if the government, I don't know if they can make them do it. Broadcom has a bigger market cap than Meta? Really? Holy fuck. How? That's crazy, actually. Huh? Yeah, they don't make as much as Meta. But yeah. Holy fuck. Yeah, but dude, Broadcom does not have cash flow like that. That's a trip. No, Amazon is dumping, bro. You were right. I don't know if this is just it's final 5, you guys. We only have 5 more minutes. So yeah, that's it. Make your own cult trade now. I feel, but then at the same time, you guys, like, I mean, Robinhood's already positioned to do this. They found a way to get crypto. They found a way to do all of it. And like I said, man, I think the reason why y'all understand me, this is why I don't work on Wall Street. I ain't trying to manage nobody's money. I ain't trying to do any of that. I had an opportunity, and I chose to do this instead. And I want freedom from everybody, and I want y'all to have freedom. And that's why it's like I don't want to be under the control of a regulator, a bank, or anything. And that way I could be honest with you guys about everything. So I just think that the revolutionized finance squad, this is your guys' shot. I've heard a lot from y'all about it, so I would like to see it. But yeah, I don't know. We should talk about this more. But we don't. But we'll find out. We'll find out. It's still early. Maybe I'll make a weekend video. Oh, yeah. There you go, baby. We're really out here. I love it, man. And like I said, man, when I saw all these accounts, bro, big, small, I don't care if you got $1,000. I don't care if you got 10 million. Straight up, bro, don't give this shit back. And make sure you guys, like I said, save 10%. You hold good quality, bro. You plan for your home and a lot of other things. That's what it is. But I love it, man. God bless y'all. But you better not give it fucking back. I need to see this fucking Broadcom cash flow shit, dude. That's so insane. That's really insane to me, you guys. Because you guys got to realize, like, Meta makes a lot of fucking money every quarter. That's crazy. Let me see. You love me? Well, I love you too, but I love myself more, and I hope you love yourself more than you love me. You have a duty to yourself and your mind. All of you. I love it. That's what I love. And I love the Father, bro. He love all of y'all. And he don't care your personality. Did you not hear that? You think intelligence cares? You think it cares if you fucking do anything? You think it cares about your cuss words? You think it cares what you've done? It cares about definiteness. Cares about purpose. And that's why you should know. It's good or bad, bro. I did. I got the video. I haven't edited it yet. Yeah, there might be a way to engineer it, but believe me, bro, it exists already. That's people are doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember the first time I discovered options. I remember the first time and I was like, what the fuck you mean you're trading an option without owning a stock? It blew my mind. And I saw what people were doing. And that was so tiny then. And that was 20 years after options came out. You guys know that options were like in the 80s. And even by like 2014, 2015, bro, it was dead. Nobody was trading options. It was one of these products where, you know, the big guys were using. Oh shit, 30 seconds. So yeah, a lot, bro. We just danced around. I think you got to wait till next week. That's why. Hopefully you wrapped everything up, man. But it's going to be a wild one. I haven't even calculated my spam folder either. I still don't think I will. Because there's hella people I've blocked and shit. So yeah, that's what, remember my whole AI thing. But yeah, either way. All right, baby. 5 seconds. Wrap it up, baby. Happy Halloween. Happy Friday. Well, it's a good day. I think less hitters. Ding, 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 ding. Horna! Wow. GG, baby. GG. That's a good game. I love you. And God bless America. I love me more, Chad. But I want you to love you. I want you to say the same thing. You get what I know, because doesn't it sound terrible when you say it? But I'm talking to thousands of people right now. I hope y'all could say the same thing. I hope you could understand. I hope you love you, dog. So, GG. And I hope you enjoy everything this weekend. But for real, man. If you got to deal with shit this weekend, that's all you, dog. But please be safe. Halloween could be a lot of fun. I think you could enjoy it. And I hope you come into the holiday or you're partying with exactly what I just told you in mind. And I hope you don't lose sight of your definiteness. I hope every action you do is from a very living up to the calling and the duty that you have to yourself. So do not be a fool this weekend, okay? It's very simple. You want to know what I used to do in the past? I would offer to buy your guys' Ubers. You know that? I would say, email me, DM me. If you're too drunk and can't get an Uber, I'll pay for your Uber. I'm not doing that this year. Okay? You know why? Because if you can't afford a fucking Uber, how the fuck did you afford a drink? And I want you to use caution. Like I'm saying, go do whatever you want. Have fun. But you cannot drop the priority to yourself in your future. So like I'm saying, you know how to look ahead. If you are going to be going out, you should arrange your transportation. If you know you're going to get drunk and shit and be a dumbass, you should do that. If you are going to hang out with friends who are going to punch somebody if you step on their fucking shoes, you should take caution. If you start hearing things and it's dangerous, you should fucking run. Do not videotape it. Run. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't care what the fuck you do. But I do care about you caring about you. And I care about caution. Not overly caution. That's why I'm saying do whatever the fuck you want. But there is varying degrees of how you're going to go about that. And if there is avoidable things, I would avoid them. I would prepare for them. Otherwise, that is on you. And that's why I'm saying don't let your duty down to yourself. All right? Sound good? Sounds good. Happy Halloween, baby. Happy Halloween. And what a good day, and praise the Lord above all else, dog. Are you kidding me? Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Y'all want to play Battlefield? I'm going to hang out. I might. Let's see. I'm going to go to the spa. I got to see what my girl is going to be doing for that. I don't know when I'm going to have to see her for that. But I need to go to the spa. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting a massage and shit. It sucks, bro. I kind of wish it was sunny. I want a tan. You know what I'm saying, bro? I've been getting pale. I might go play ball. But I'm down to fucking play some Battlefield, too. So, yeah, if you guys ain't doing anything, if you see me on Battlefield, you could come play with me. Alright, I was going to play you guys Uncle, but I think I'm just going to play you, I'm going to play you Outwitting the Devil for your post-stream Uncle, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you could play on Xbox. You better practice, though. Because if you suck, bro, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that one. I got a couple songs, though. We'll give them a couple.
Harvest is plenteous, but the laborers are few. Laborers are few.
You didn't post to play. Why would I respect that? If you lose a trade, be careful of the get back. So many girls I married them, they really thought I meant that. Married to the money, why can't y'all accept that? Bought Nike stock cause they asked me where to check at. Judge me how I talk, but I'm not the defendant. My will and my dog, feel like I am legend. They did me hella wrong, my life great, I forgive them. Look me in my eye, but can never see the vision. Don't ask me for a lot if you've never handled little. I ain't trying to talk unless you know me since I'm little. That excludes a lot of y'all, so let's just keep it simple. Built my own prison walls, ignorance and blissful. Wear both sides, real life to the pixels. Pain subsides, sometimes kinda fickle. Lord's chicken in a prayer when I'm feeling in a pickle. I don't trust a hoe cause that's too close to a sickle. You ain't tryna roll, little bro, it's not an issue. Appreciate the honesty, it's more what I'm into. Lost too many homies cause the pride really kill you. Never trust a pretty smile, never trust a nice guy. Do it for a little while, you'll do it for a lifetime. That's why all the little things can turn into a problem. Talk about the issues but they don't wanna solve. That's really presidential, check the incidentals. You can tell I'm kinda sentimental. All these fundamentals that I left you on these instrumentals, it's not accidental, I just really think that some y'all special. Yeah, that's a pep talk, 10% the best start. If you ain't got the armor, then I hope you got the Kevlar. No, it's just a metaphor, but I'm talking forever, forever, forever. Sorry, Miss Jackson, corner that I'm back then, ain't really reacting. Now I'm feeling flaccid, shitting on the people that was was laughing. Even with the Duolingo bird, you could never understand him. Reprimand him, you caught me red-handed. Do you think that I've never been humbled? Stand tall doesn't mean I don't stumble. You could choose a statue, but all of them crumble. Maybe later, but now we can't get emotional. Grab the paper, I'm not here just to be sociable. Without the labor, it's not getting any closer, bro. Fuck the flavor, it just matter if it overflows. My creator, the maker, is not negotiable. Knew I waver, but never would I be foldable. I got the favor, I do not need your promotional. I know you heard what it cost, it's all quotable. Damn.
Why are the laborers few?
Do you get it?
Not because there's a deficit, but there's a disconnect. It's not because there's not enough people to work it. It's because there's not enough people that are willing to work it.
It's a call, baby. I got 5 on it, got 10. Pay myself before I pay another man. I'm gonna tighten up my belt, I won't ask you for a hand. I cut every single bitch off that wasn't with the plan, I won't lie. Sometimes I got scared, but a valuable lesson. Still standing here, I'm the crazy one, and they're just being weird. Went and bought a whip the first time the check cleared, that's facts. Damn. Try to take it back when I had to pay the tax. Looking at the stats, you could guess how I learned that. Forward and back, but we ain't going back again. This God's plan, but I never seen the Vatican. One more hand is how you give it back again. Learned all the rules, that don't mean that I was adamant. Remember in school, teacher said I was extravagant. Bitch, I'm passionate, don't move your mouth again. Stacking more than racks, my dividends got dividends. I could never die, cause if you kill me, I ain't dead. I wanted to be fly, but it's just plain in the end. Be reborn, they conform, y'all silly. If I bent the knee, I would probably have a Billy. Do you know how many people cuz me aren't renting? More than everybody, then you know and still counting. Maybe that's a flex, maybe I'm just venting. Maybe you gon' do it next, or maybe you'll resent me. Nothing worse than knowing first and not making a penny. Seen both sides, you'll need a little more to tempt me. I read the book and judged the cover, yeah. Don't trust a chick unless it's mother, yeah. If you buy the dip, you gon' probably buy another. If you can't follow steps, then you gonna sell the runners. 10 years, that's a minimum. Long term, that's a synonym. Check the Twitter, dog, I be pinning them. Half the homies clueless and the other half is filling them. Sick with the position and the dividends is kicking in. Did it while you listening, they really try to pressure him. Revisions and recessions is developing, but the message always stay the same, I ain't never selling it. Bitch.
The idea that human beings have more freedom of expression than either you or your opposition. Is that correct?
That is true. Omnipotence and I are bound by immutable laws of nature. We cannot express ourselves in any manner not conforming to these laws.
Then it is true that man has rights and privileges not available to either omnipotence or the devil. Is that the truth?
Yes, that is true. But you might well have added that man is not yet fully awakened to the realization of this potential power. Man still regards himself as something resembling the worms in the dust, when in reality he has more power than all other living things combined.
Definiteness of purpose seems to be a panacea for all evils of man.
Not that, perhaps, but you may be sure no one ever will become self-determining without it.
Why aren't children taught definiteness of purpose in the public schools?
For the reason that there is no definite plan or purpose behind any of the school curricula. Children are sent to school to make credits and to learn how to memorize, not to learn what they want of life.
What good is a school credit if one cannot convert it into the material and spiritual needs of life?
I am only a devil, not an unwinder of riddles.
I deduce from all you say that neither the schools nor the churches prepare the youths of the world with a practical working knowledge of their own minds. Is anything of more importance to a human being than an understanding of the forces and circumstances which influence his own mind?
The only thing of enduring value to any human being is a working knowledge of his own mind. The churches do not permit a person to inquire into the possibilities of his own mind. and the schools do not recognize that such a thing as a mind exists.
Aren't you a little hard on the schools and the churches?
No, I am merely describing them as they are, without bias or prejudice.
Aren't the schools and the churches your bitter enemies?
Their leaders may think they are, but I am impressed only by facts. The truth is this, if you must know it. The churches are my most helpful allies, and the schools run the churches a close second.
On what specific or general grounds do you make this claim?
On the grounds that both the churches and the schools help me to convert people to the habit of drifting.
Do you realize that your charge is substantially a sweeping indictment of the two institutions of major importance which have been responsible for civilization in its present form?
Do I realize it? Man alive, I gloat over it. If the schools and churches had taught people how to think for themselves, where would I be now?
This confession of yours will disillusion millions of people whose only hope for salvation is in their churches. Isn't that a cruel thing to do to them? Wouldn't most people be better off living in the bliss of ignorance than to know the truth about you?
What do you mean by the term salvation? From what are people being saved? The only form of enduring salvation that is worth a green fig to any human being is that which comes from recognition of the power of his own mind. Ignorance and fear are the only enemies from which men need salvation.
You seem to hold nothing sacred.
You are wrong. I hold sacred the one thing which is my master, the one thing I fear.
What is that?
The power of independent thought backed by definiteness of purpose.
Then you do not have many people to fear.
Only 2 out of every 100 to be exact. I control all others.
Let's give the churches a rest and get back to the public schools. Your confession has shown clearly that you thrive and perpetuate yourself from one generation to another by the clever trick of taking over the minds of children before they have the chance to learn how to use their minds. I wish to know what is wrong with a public school system that permits the devil to control so many people. I wish to know also what can be done to the established system of teaching that will ensure all children the opportunity to learn, first, that they have minds, and second, how to use those minds to bring spiritual and economic freedom. I am putting the question to you definitely enough, and since you have stressed the importance of definiteness of purpose, I am here and now putting you on notice that your answer to my question must be definite.
Wait a moment while I catch my breath. You have given me quite an order. It seems strange that you would come to the devil to learn how to live. I should think you would go to my opposition. Why don't you?
Your Majesty, it is you who are on trial here, not I. I want the truth, and I am not particular as to the source from which I get it. There is something radically wrong with the system of education that has given us a balance sheet with life that shows us hopelessly in the red and groping for the road to self-determination as if we were so many animals lost in the jungle. I want to know 2 things about this system. First, what is the major weakness of the system? Second, how can this weakness be eliminated? The floor is yours again. Please, stick to the question and stop trying to decoy me into the discussion of deep abstract subjects. That's definite, is it not?
You leave me no choice but that of direct answer. To begin with, the public school system approaches the subject of education from the wrong angle. The school system endeavors to teach children to memorize facts instead of teaching them how to use their own minds.
Is that all that is wrong with the system?
Oh no, that is only the beginning. Another major weakness of the school system is that it does not establish in the minds of children either the importance of definiteness of purpose, or make any attempt to teach youths how to be definite about anything. The major object of all schooling is to force the students to cram their memories with facts, instead of teaching them how to organize and make practical use of facts. This cramming system centers the attention of students on the accumulation of credits, but overlooks the important question of how to use knowledge in the practical affairs of life. This system turns out graduates whose names are inscribed upon parchment certificates, but whose minds are empty of self-determination. The school system got off to a bad start at the beginning. The schools began as institutions of higher learning, operated entirely for the select few whose wealth and family entitled them to education. Thus, the entire school system was evolved by beginning at the top and working back down to the bottom. It is no wonder the system neglects to teach children the importance of definiteness of purpose, when the system itself has literally evolved through indefiniteness.
What would correct this weakness of the public school system? Let's not complain of the weakness of the system unless we are prepared to offer a practical remedy with which it can be corrected. In other words, while we are discussing the importance of definiteness of plan and purpose, let us take our own medicine and be definite.
Why don't you lay off the schools and churches and save yourself plenty of trouble? Don't you know that you are poking your nose into the affairs of the two forces that control the world? Suppose you do show up the schools and the churches as being weak and inadequate for the needs of human beings. What then? With what are you going to replace these two institutions?
Stop trying to evade my questions by the old trick of asking a counter-question. I do not propose to replace the schools and churches, but I do propose to find out, if I can, how these organized forces can be modified so that they will serve people instead of keeping them in ignorance. Go ahead now and give me a detailed catalog of all the changes in the public school system which would improve it.
So you want the entire catalog, do you? Do you want the suggested changes in the order of their importance?
Describe the changes needed, just as they come to you.
You are forcing me to commit an act of treason against myself. But here it is. Reverse the present system by giving children the privilege of leading in their schoolwork instead of following orthodox rules designed only to impart abstract knowledge. Let instructors serve as students, and let the students serve as instructors. As far as possible, organize all schoolwork into definite methods through which the student can learn by doing, and direct the classwork so that every student engages in some form of practical labor connected with the daily problems of life. Ideas are the beginning of all human achievement. Teach all students how to recognize practical ideas that may be of benefit in helping them acquire whatever they demand of life. Teach the students how to budget and use time. And above all, teach the truth that time is the greatest asset available to human beings, and the cheapest. Teach the student the basic motives by which all people are influenced, and show how to use these motives in acquiring the necessities and the luxuries of life. Teach children what to eat, how much to eat, and what is the relationship between proper eating and sound health. Teach children the true nature and function of the emotion of sex. And above all, teach them that it can be transmuted into a driving force capable of lifting one to great heights of achievement. Teach children to be definite in all things, beginning with the choice of a definite major purpose in life. Teach children the nature of and possibilities for good and evil in the principle of habit, using as illustrations with which to dramatize the subject the everyday experiences of children and adults. Teach children how habits become fixed through the laws of hypnotic rhythm, and influence them to adopt, while in the lower grades, habits that will lead to independent thought. Teach children the difference between temporary defeat and failure, and show them how to search for the seed of an equivalent advantage which comes with every circumstance of defeat. Teach children to express their own thoughts fearlessly, and to accept or reject at will all ideas of others, reserving to themselves always the privilege of relying upon their own judgment. Teach children to reach decisions promptly and to change them, if at all, slowly and with reluctance, and never without a definite reason. Teach children that the human brain is the instrument with which one receives from the great storehouse of nature the energy which is specialized into definite thoughts, that the brain does not think, but serves as an instrument for the interpretation of stimuli which cause thought. Teach children the value of harmony in their own minds, and that this is attainable only through self-control. Teach children the nature and the value of self-control. Teach children that there is a law of increasing returns which can be and should be put into operation as a matter of habit, by rendering always more service and better service than is expected of them. Teach children the true nature of the Golden Rule, and above all show them that through the operation of this principle, everything they do to and for another, they also do to and for themselves. Teach children not to have opinions unless they are formed from facts, or beliefs which may reasonably be accepted as facts. Teach children that cigarettes, liquor, narcotics, and overindulgence in sex destroy the power of will and lead to the habit of drifting. Do not forbid these evils, just explain them. Teach children the danger of believing anything merely because their parents, religious instructors, or someone else says it is so. Teach children to face facts, whether they are pleasant or unpleasant, without resorting to subterfuge or offering alibis. Teach children to encourage the use of their sixth sense, through which ideas present themselves in their minds from unknown sources, and to examine all such ideas carefully. Teach children the full import of the law of compensation as it was interpreted by Ralph Waldo Emerson, and show them how the law works in the small everyday affairs of life. Teach children that definiteness of purpose, backed by definite plans persistently and continuously applied, is the most efficacious form of prayer available to human beings. Teach children that the space they occupy in the world is measured definitely by the quality and quantity of useful service they render the world. Teach children there is no problem which does not have an appropriate solution, and that the solution often may be found in the circumstance creating the problem. Teach children that their only real limitations are those which they set up or permit others to establish in their own minds. Teach them that man can achieve whatever man can conceive and believe. Teach children that all schoolhouses and all textbooks are elementary implements which may be helpful in the development of their minds, but that the only school of real value is the great university of life, wherein one has the privilege of learning from experience. Teach children to be true to themselves at all times, and since they cannot please everybody, therefore to do a good job of pleasing themselves.
That is an imposing list, but it seems conspicuous by the fact it ignores practically every subject now taught in the public schools. Was that intended?
Yes. You asked for a list of suggested changes in public school curricula which would benefit children. Well, that is what you got.
Some of the changes you suggest are so unorthodox they would shock most of the educators of today, wouldn't they?
Most of the educators of today need to be shocked. A good sound shock often helps the brain that has been atrophied by habit.
Would the changes you suggest for the public schools give children immunity against the habit of drifting?
Yes, that is one of the results the changes would bring, but there are others too.
How could the suggested changes be forced into the public school system? You know, of course, it is as difficult to get a new idea into an educator's brain as it is to interest a religious leader in modifying religion so it will help people to get more from life.
The quickest and surest way to force practical ideas into the public...
Isn't this great? So I'm down. The problem, we finished it on that one part that we listened to today, but I started it from the middle. This was the part that I showed you guys last time, because that part, where he starts talking about, the kids, and then he has to, reveal it, that shit really sounds like AI. That sounds like a lot of the same conversation that people have when, tell me this, and he's like, I don't want to, tell me. He's prompting it, bro. It's a prompt. But yeah, I'm down to let it run. I'll just set up the battlefield, and that will be the battlefield audio. I'm kind of down. That's Outwitting the Devil, man. So yeah, this one's good, bro. This one's very, very good. But other than that, you guys, are you good, man? I'll keep it running, but you guys good this weekend? Are you guys gonna play Battlefield with me, or what's the plan, bro? Any special? I asked you guys earlier. We were chilling. I asked you guys in the morning what the plan was, bro. I think some of you already joined my party. But yeah, I'll set up the Battlefield and then we'll finish it. I could play that as the audio. You might hear me interrupt. Damn, y'all already in here? I wasn't even in there. That's crazy. I don't know if you want the bullet sounds in the background. I think Battlefield is way better than COD. Dog, you guys haven't watched this? It's so much more intense and legit. I don't know how to describe it other than that. It's just real. It's like war, bro. It's tactical. It's not like COD. You just fucking run around. Yeah, bro, it's fire. You're gonna watch a MMA fight lineup? Oh, nice. Is that this weekend? Like, I've never been to I think I've been to it wasn't like sanctioned. I mean, this wasn't a street fight, but I've been to like a small MMA thing. They're pretty intense. Yeah, I fuck with it. You drifted? I mean, haven't we all, brother? So you better just be definite. Try gauntlet mode? What's gauntlet? Oh, didn't you say you like have to... Why doesn't it let me do it with the party? Party at the farm? We could. You guys want to throw a party? How many of you are in Cali? We could. I want to go to the farm, and then I want to get one of the fire pits so I could put it at my house. Because my girl said she wants to hand out the candy. And I'm like, what? She said, yeah, let's sit outside. And I'm like, I'm only going to do that if there's like a fire pit. And I could like, but then I told her, I was like, let's go get, I said, if I'm going to hand out the candy, we got to get the king size bars, dog. I can't play them like that. Or I said, just hand out money. Is that fucked up? If we just give them $1, I'll go get a bunch of dollar bills. But then, yeah, why not? That's what I'm saying. You're in Cali, but 8 hours away. I forgot. It's a big place. I mean, we should spend like $80 billion to get a railroad so that we can't still be connected and we'll still be far away because they'll never fucking build it. No, but I don't do like decorate. That's why I even said, I was like, you want to hand out the candy? I'm like, we don't got fucking no decoration. My house just look haunted. That's it, but we'd be nice. Gym tonight, dude. I kind of wanted to go ball, dude. I have the new basketball, dude. They weren't lying, bro. It really got me like just hitting, bro. I was ill yesterday. I didn't tell you guys. I don't think, dude. I was draining them, like, and I was a little fuckhead too. I was like, bro, they leave me open. I like make eye contact. I make a face and then bah, every time, bro. I get the ball, and when I'm in triple threat, I just start shaking my head. It confuses people. And I make a face. I go, oh, it's great. I think they are making Halo. I think they're trying to. Skateboarding with my sons. The cold on speakers. Let's go, baby. Are you good? Be careful. I see a skateboard. I'm like, that's dangerous. Reminder, you have 10 friend requests. Oh yeah, who's who? You have to be able to type in the chat. Otherwise, you've been banned and I'm not adding you. Ruckus, JJ, Big John, Gator, Yeezy, Static, Empire, Burnt Toast. What's up? Otherwise, we do have our party. You're unpacking? That's good. Hey man, enjoy it. New place is always fun. It's always a good time. Moving kind of sucks though. Not like the aspect of moving, but like just fucking going back and forth to the car. And then back and forth. And back and forth. But then you're going to lay down at the end of it and go, ah. So yeah, it's good, bro. There's actually a brokerage that offers lookbacks, but it's only over API in the EU. Yeah. Is that maybe what the other guy was saying? Finra was saying API shit. But I'm just saying, bro, you get, technically speaking, with how much money got sent between these accounts today, just in me, we've had what, 3 segments of that today? And we're about like $47 million now. I think you're what, 3 million shy of the ISDA. You would technically, if we organize this all into one fund, we would get the license to do it. But I don't want to do all that. That's fucked up. Why not? When Robinhood could do it just like they did with commissions, just like they did with everything else. Bro, I need to get wood. I need to know how to fucking make a fire too. I told you last time I did it. I tried to start the fire and then I realized, I was like, wait, one of the Chads built the fucking fire. Because I put I took the fire, I took the wood, I covered it in fucking gasoline, I lit it, and then the fire went out. I did not. I forgot. I was like, oh yeah, wait, you gotta do shit to the fucking. I forgot you need like don't you do like newspaper or like little brush in there, and then I had to build the TP. I didn't do all that. So yeah, I found out the hard way. You're Big John? What up, Big John? Yeah, you gotta build the fire. You didn't know that? You have to. I didn't know that. You gotta really build it, dog. You know what I'm talking about. It dawned upon me. I was like, why isn't it going? Trump to sit down with Nora O'Donnell this Friday. Let's go, man. Let's get a good China deal. A lot of you guys are packing and moving, bro. Dude, several of you have said that. That's crazy. I even had one on my email. A Chad bought a crib. He said, Josh, I wanted to turn it real. My wife wanted a house. And he got a dope-ass crib on the water. It's in, I think, Maryland. How is it there? It looked beautiful, to be honest. I like, dog, low-key, man. The East Coast gets more and more appealing. So does living in the caves. But, yeah, bro. It was pretty hard. Because, like, some of those, like, there's some beautiful places, bro. And I don't know, man. Like, if you could get a nice crib that you, like, you know, there's parts of America, like, I'm telling you, they're very affordable and they're beautiful. But you have to be able to make money, like, in terms of living somewhere that, you know, if it's not based around your occupation or depending on, like, the local economy, you know? Like, yeah, it's crazy. What do you mean don't use gas for a fire? What are you talking about? What do you mean? There's like fire starter. I cover it at work last time. Ruckus, I added you, I think. Yeah. Pine cones work great? Really? When you get home, you're gonna try to get away from the East Coast? Wait, why? Well, we'll see what happens with your boy in New York, but like Maryland looked dope, dude. Like, I know Boston's pretty. Is there like somewhere kindling? That's what it's called. Yep. Is there anything on what's it called? Is there any like non-hyper liberal beautiful place on the East Coast? I guess Florida, but I don't like. Florida's different. Florida has humidity and shit. How's Vermont? Is Vermont pretty? Me and Bernie could be neighbors. I do like Florida. Melted wax and wood chips? Or wax-socked cotton ball? Where the fuck am I gonna get that? What? I know, but if I do, I'm about to YouTube it. If I end up burning down a crib, bro, I mean, hey, we'll try. Occult survival week? I'm so down. We should. I'm definitely not. I could teach y'all how to save 10%. I'll be like, everything we cook will save 10%. You don't know what tomorrow will bring, but you'll be ready. I know how to tie a fishing hook. I know how to cast it. I know how to do everything but catch the fish. They don't fuck with me when I throw it in. I know how to hunt. We know how to shoot. I can shoot an arrow good. I know that's what we do. We're gonna do it not at the farm though. I didn't realize till Derek sent me that. I don't think we're supposed to use the fire pit. I think because it's an open fire, we're like gonna burn everything down. So yeah, I won't do it on the farm. I'm a risk to society. But in my neighborhood, I think it's cool. I got fire extinguishers. Don't worry, I know a couple firefighters. They'll be dope. No, we good. You're further in South Maryland. Too swampy. Oh, South Carolina. Isn't South Carolina? Yeah, you're right. But is there humidity in South Carolina? I still never went. I kind of want to go to South Carolina. No, I didn't find, but I looked at the geological maps, and there's definitely something. I don't think there was any gold, but like reported. But I don't know how far back we could go. But yeah, I forgot what it was. There's a couple of minerals that are known in the area. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, I don't know how the extraction would be. I didn't look for natural gas. Almost burnt your house down. No, that was a candle. That wasn't even my fault, bro. Do you remember that one? Do you remember the story? My girl got a Target candle, and she left the candle on, and like she was there. She wasn't even paying attention. I go in. I'm like, what? And the candle was just like, it burned all the wax, and then it was still on fire, and then it cracked the whole fucking candle thing, and then it just started getting massive. And then I threw water on it, and then I almost burned my house down. Yeah. But that was crazy. Yeah, I didn't know. The whole Eastern is humid all summer. That's stupid. Kentucky. I heard Kentucky's dope. Everybody I've ever met from Kentucky is just chill. You know that? They're funny. I love Kentucky. You know that? You guys, is it like Southern hospitality? I don't know if that's the South, but everybody I've ever met from Kentucky is chill. Except for, I don't know, the old guys are kind of racist, but you know, any like young Kentuckian, they're so fucking chill. So I fuck with y'all, Kentucky. Y'all got a good head on your shoulders. That's stupid. Humidity's whack, you guys. You don't know that? Kinda. Yeah, well, they don't, because motherfuckers don't know what I am when they meet me. They're like, what the fuck is he? They're like, is he Arabic? Is he Jewish? Are you white? What the fuck? Is he Mexican? You don't know. But you know I'm a lizard. But they get hella confused, bro. Everybody does that. It's actually funny. That's why, man, the Lord made me an enigma. But I told you, bro, I be hella getting pale again. That's it. Less sun. I need some more sun. Half racist. Racks. We should call them racks. Open faces in South Carolina, huh? Oh, that's why the plant's so green. That makes sense. I think. Dude. Well, Chad, God bless you. God bless America. Yeah, I kind of wanted to go somewhere this weekend. But, because isn't Tuesday closed or is it Monday? No, Tuesday's closed in the market. Correct me if I'm wrong. Custom search. All right, let's play. I've passed by Houston unwillingly, but I've never like stayed in Houston. I've been Dallas, San Antonio, and then all the areas of Dallas, and then passed through Houston for a little bit, but not like, I haven't got to experience Houston. They told me I don't want to. They said don't. They said run away from Houston. I said why? There's a lot of oil money. They said they don't care. Just get the fuck out of Houston. And then I've met people in Houston. They were chill until I realized they were trying to rob me. Then I was like, oh. Houston's funny though. I don't know. Houston got chill people. When they leave Houston, like the ones who are not meant to be in Houston, I feel like. Because Houston in Louisiana. You know, bro, I've always wanted to go to Louisiana, and now I don't. That is a very, like, weird place. You know that? It's a very, very weird place. That's why I was like, nah, I'm out, dog. But I really wanted to go to Louisiana. I think it's because of Lil Wayne. It's very interesting. Everything. Culture, spiritual, the history, just fucking cuckoos, dude. It's like, that's the I ain't just do you, man, do you. I mean, it looks like a cool time, but yeah, Alabama. Wow. 3 of your friends got their phones stolen the same night in Houston. Alright, let's run it. Alright, I'm gonna keep playing it. This is gonna be I might interrupt here and there.
Schools is to first introduce the ideas through private schools and establish such a demand for their use that public school officials will be compelled to employ them.
What?
Should any other changes be made in the public school
Alabama's
system?
where it
Yes,
started?
many. Among
they
other
stole.
changes needed in all public school programs is the addition of a complete course of training in the psychology of harmonious negotiation between people. All children should be taught how to sell their way through life with the minimum amount of friction. Every public school
No, we haven't done the meetup. I gotta figure it out, bro, because I have a couple things planned, and then I'm doing some other projects at the farm so we could make some money on it. But yeah, I don't know what date we're gonna do. It's gonna be difficult. So I'll put out the video. I'll try to do it if I want to. We'll see how this weekend goes. If I could do the Robin Hood video, and then we could talk about the meetup. But yeah, it'd probably have to be smaller, or in a way where, like I said, if you've already been to the farm, I think you could pull up whenever the fuck you want. But yeah, because like going through the new guys is gonna be hard, or I need one of the guys who've already been there to do it, because then that way we could organize it. But yeah, it's no easy, man. Wait, you could do. Alright, join. You could join up too. But no guarantees though, now that I think about it. Because like I said, we gotta figure it out, and then a couple things came up. So depending on how we play that, you know, if we have the time for it. I was planning though next, like what? We said the 2 weeks or a week after Thanksgiving. So like in between Thanksgiving and Christmas. PUBG? I haven't played PUBG in a minute, bro. Is it a shit show map? I just gotta camp. Camping snipe, dog. Dog, if you run through fire, don't you get like lit? Oh no. Why did I get lit on fire last time? That's stupid. I swear, last time it lit me on fire. Oh yeah, here, let me play my AI.
should teach the principles of individual achievement through which one may attain to a position of financial independence. Classes should be abolished altogether. They should be replaced by the round table or conference system, such as businessmen employ. All students should receive individual instruction and guidance in connection with subjects which cannot be properly taught in groups. Every school should have an auxiliary group of instructors consisting of business and professional people, scientists, artists, engineers, and newspapermen, each of whom would impart to all the students a practical working knowledge of his own profession, business, or occupation. This instruction should be conducted through the conference system to save the time of the instructors.
What you have suggested is, in effect, an auxiliary system of instruction that would give all school children a working knowledge of the practical affairs of life, direct from the original source. Is that the idea?
You've stated it correctly.
Let us dismiss the public school system and go back to the churches for a moment. All my life, I have heard clergymen preaching against sin and warning sinners to beware and repent so they could be saved, but I've never heard any of them tell me what sin is. Will you give me some light on this subject?
Sin is anything one does or thinks which causes one to be unhappy. Human beings who are in sound physical and spiritual health should be at peace with themselves and always happy. Any form of mental or physical misery indicates the presence of sin.
Name some of the common forms of sin.
It is a sin to overeat because that leads to ill health and misery. It is a sin to overindulge in sex because that breaks down one's willpower and leads to the habit of drifting. It is a sin to permit one's mind to be dominated by negative thoughts of envy, greed, fear, hatred, intolerance, vanity, self-pity, or discouragement, because these states of mind lead to the habit of drifting. It is a sin to cheat, lie, and steal, because these habits destroy self-respect, subdue one's conscience, and lead to unhappiness. It is a sin to remain in ignorance, because that leads to poverty and loss of self-reliance. It is a sin to accept from life anything one does not want, because that indicates an unpardonable neglect to use the mind.
Is it a sin for one to drift through life without definite aim, plan, or purpose?
Yes, because this habit leads to poverty and destroys the privilege of self-determination. It also deprives one of the privilege of using his own mind as a medium of contact with infinite intelligence.
Are you the chief inspirer of sin?
Yes. It is my business to gain control of the minds of people in every way possible.
Can you control the mind of a person who commits no sin?
I cannot, because that person never permits his mind to be dominated by any form of negative thought. I cannot enter the mind of one who never sins, let alone control it.
What is the commonest and most destructive of all sins?
Fear and ignorance.
Have you nothing else to add to the list?
There is nothing else to be added.
What is faith?
It is a state of mind wherein one recognizes and uses the power of positive thought as a medium by which one contacts and draws upon the universal store of infinite intelligence at will.
In other words, faith is the absence of all forms of negative thought. Is that the idea?
Yes, that is another way of describing it.
Has a drifter the capacity to use faith?
He may have the capacity, but he does not use it. Everyone has the potential power to clear his mind of all negative thoughts, and thereby avail himself of the power of faith.
Stating the matter in another way, faith is definiteness of purpose backed by belief in the attainment of the object of that purpose. Is that correct?
That's the idea exactly.
What preparation must one undergo before being able to move with definiteness of purpose at all times?
One must gain mastery over self. This is the second of the 7 principles. The person who is not master of himself can never be master of others. Lack of self-mastery is, of itself, the most destructive form of indefiniteness.
Where should one begin when making a start at control over self?
By mastering the 3 appetites responsible for most of one's lack of self-discipline. The 3 appetites are 1. The desire for food, 2. The desire for expression of sex, 3. The desire to express loosely organized opinions.
Does man have other appetites which need control?
Yes,
Loosely
many of
organized.
them. But these 3 are the ones which should be conquered first. When a man becomes master of these 3 appetites, he has developed enough self-discipline to conquer easily those of lesser importance.
But these are natural appetites. They must be indulged if one is to be healthy and happy.
To be sure, they are natural appetites,
kidding?
but they are also dangerous, because people who have not mastered themselves overfeed the appetites.
How is that not agile?
Self-mastery contemplates sufficient control over the appetites to enable one to feed them what they need and withhold food not needed.
Your viewpoint is both interesting and educational. Describe the details through which I may understand how and under what circumstances people overfeed the appetites.
Take the desire for physical food, for example. The majority of people are so weak in self-discipline they fill their stomachs with combinations of rich food which please the taste but overwork the organs of digestion and elimination. They pour into their stomachs both quantity and combinations of food which the body chemist can dispose of only by converting the food into deadly toxic poisons. These poisons clog and stagnate the body's sewer system until it slows down in its work of elimination of waste matter. After a while, the sewer system stops working altogether, and the victim has what he calls constipation. By that time, he is ready for the hospital. Auto-intoxication, or body sewer poisoning, takes the machinery of the brain and rolls it into something resembling a wad of putty. The victim then becomes sluggish in his physical movements and mentally irritable and fussy. If he could only take one good look at and one bad smell of his sewer system, he would be ashamed to look himself in the face. City sewers are not the pleasantest of places when they become overloaded or clogged, but they are clean and sweet compared with the intestinal sewer when it has been overloaded or clogged. This is not a pretty story to be associated with the pleasant and necessary act of eating, but that is where it belongs, because overeating and wrong food combinations are the evils which cause auto-intoxication. People who eat wisely and keep their body sewers clean handicap me, because a clean body sewer generally means a sound body and a brain that functions properly. Imagine, if your imagination can be stretched that far, how any human being could move with definiteness of purpose with his body sewer filled with enough poison to kill 100 people if it were injected into their bloodstream directly.
And all this trouble is the result of lack of control over the physical appetite for food.
Well, if you wish to be absolutely correct, you should say that improper eating is responsible for the majority of the ills of the body, and practically all headaches. If you want proof of this, select 100 people suffering with headaches and give each of them a thorough washing out of their body sewer systems with a high enema. And observe that no fewer than 95 of the headaches will disappear within a few minutes after the sewers have been cleaned.
From all you say about the intestinal tract, I gather the impression that mastery over the physical appetite for food means also mastery over the habit of neglecting to keep the intestines clean.
Yes, that is true. It is just as important to eliminate the waste matter of the body and the unused portions of food as it is to take the right amount and the correct combinations of food.
I never thought of auto-intoxication as being one of your devices of control over people, and I am utterly shocked to know how many people are victims of this subtle enemy. Let's hear what you have to say of the other two appetites.
Well, take the desire for sex expression. Now there is a force with which I master the weak and the strong, the old and the young, the ignorant and the wise. In fact, I master all who neglect to master sex.
Nice.
How can one master the emotion of sex?
By the simple process of transmuting that emotion into some form of activity other than copulation. Sex is one of the greatest of all forces which motivate human beings. Because of this fact, it is also one of the most dangerous forces. If humans would control their sex desires and transmute them into a driving force with which to carry on their occupation, that is, if they spent on their work 1/2 the time they dissipate in pursuit of sex, they would never know poverty.
Why is it not hitting him?
Do I understand you to imply there is a relationship between sex and poverty?
Yes, where sex is not under definite control. If allowed to run its natural course, sex will quickly lead one into the habit of drifting.
Is there any relationship between sex and leadership?
Yes, all great leaders in every walk of life are highly sexed, but they follow the habit of controlling their sex desires, switching them into a driving force behind their occupation.
Is the habit of overindulgence in sex as dangerous as the habit of taking narcotics or liquor?
There is no difference between these habits. Both lead to hypnotic control through the habit of drifting.
Why does the world look upon sex as something vulgar?
Because of the vulgar abuse people have made of this emotion. It is not sex that is vulgar. It is the individual who neglects or refuses to control and guide it.
Do you mean by your statement that one should not indulge the desire for sex?
No, I mean that sex, like all other forces available to man, should be understood, mastered, and made to serve man. The desire for sex expression is as natural as the desire for food. The desire can no more be killed than one can entirely stop a river from flowing. If the emotion of sex is shut off from the natural mode of expression, it will break out in some other, less desirable form, just as a river will, if dammed, break through and flow around the dam. The person who has self-discipline understands the emotion of sex, respects it, and learns to control and transmute it into constructive activities.
Just what damage is there in overindulgence of sex?
The greatest damage is that it depletes the source of man's greatest driving force and wastes, without adequate compensation, man's creative energy. It dissipates energy needed by nature to maintain physical health. Sex is nature's most useful therapeutic force. It depletes the magnetic energy which is the source of an attractive, pleasing personality. It removes the sparkle from one's eyes and sets up discord in the tone of one's voice. It destroys enthusiasm, subdues ambition, and leads inevitably to the habit of drifting on all subjects.
I would like for you to answer my question in another way by telling me what beneficial ends the emotion of sex may be made to attain if mastered and transmuted.
Controlled sex supplies the magnetic force that attracts people to one another. It is the most important factor of a pleasing personality. It gives quality to the tone of voice and enables one to convey through the voice any feeling desired. It serves as nothing else can serve to give motive power to one's desires. It keeps the nervous system charged with the energy needed to carry on the work of maintaining the body. It sharpens the imagination and enables one to create useful ideas.
Dog,
It
why
gives
do they
quickness
miss like
and
that?
definiteness to one's physical and mental movements. It gives one persistence and perseverance in the pursuit of one's major purpose in life. It is a great antidote for all fear.
I was right
It
there.
gives one immunity against discouragement. It helps to master laziness and procrastination. It gives one physical and mental endurance while undergoing any form of opposition or defeat. It gives one the fighting qualities necessary under all circumstances for self-defense. In brief, it makes winners and not quitters.
Are those all the advantages you claim for controlled sex energy?
No, they are only some of the more important benefits it provides.
Oh, shit.
Perhaps some will believe the greatest of all the virtues of sex is that it is nature's method of perpetuation of all living things. This alone should remove all thought that sex is vulgar.
I gather from what you say that the emotion of sex is a virtue, not a fault.
It is a virtue when controlled and directed to the attainment of desirable ends. It is a fault when neglected and permitted to lead to acts of lust.
Why aren't these truths taught to children by their parents in the public schools?
The neglect is due to ignorance of the real nature of sex. It is just as necessary in maintaining health for one to understand and properly use the emotion of sex as it is to keep the body's sewer system clean.
$3.95.
Both
dog.
subjects should be
No
taught in
headshot,
all
though.
public schools and all homes where there are children.
Wouldn't the majority of parents need instruction on the proper function and use of sex before they could intelligently teach their children?
Yes, and so would the public school teachers.
What relative position of importance would you give to the need for accurate knowledge on the subject of sex?
It is next to the top of the list.
I hate him.
There is but one thing of greater importance to human beings. That is accurate thought.
Do I understand you to say that knowledge of the true functions of sex and ability to think accurately are the two things of greatest importance to mankind?
That is what I intend you to understand. Accurate thinking comes first because it is the solution to all man's problems, the answer to all his prayers, the source of opulence and all material possessions. Accurate thinking is aided by properly controlled and directed sex emotion, because sex emotion is the same energy as that with which one thinks. It begins with those who desire self-determination sufficiently to be willing to pay its price. No one can be entirely free, spiritually, mentally, physically, and economically, without learning the art of accurate thinking. No one can learn to think accurately without including, as a part of the needed knowledge, information on the control of sex emotion through transmutation.
It will be a great surprise to many people to learn there is so close a relationship between thinking and sex emotion. Tell us now about the third appetite, and let's see what it has to do with self-discipline.
The habit of expressing loosely organized opinions is one of the most destructive of habits. Its destructiveness consists in its tendency to influence people to guess instead of searching for the facts when they form opinions, create ideas, or organize plans. The habit develops a grasshopper mind, one that jumps from one thing to another but never completes anything. And of course, carelessness in the expression of opinions leads to the habit of drifting. From there it is only a step or two until one is bound by the law of hypnotic rhythm, which automatically prohibits accurate thinking.
What other disadvantages are there in free expression of opinions?
The person who talks too much informs the world of his aims and plans, and gives to others the opportunity to profit by his ideas. Wise men keep their plans to themselves and refrain from expressing uninvited opinions. This prevents others from appropriating their ideas and makes it difficult for others to interfere with their plans.
Why do so many people indulge in the habit of expressing uninvited opinions?
The habit is one way of expressing egotism and vanity.
Didn't realize
The desire for self-expression is inborn in people. The motive back of the habit is to attract the attention of others and to impress them favorably. Actually, it has just the opposite effect. When the self-invited speaker attracts attention, it usually is unfavorable.
Yes. What other disadvantages has the habit?
The person who insists on talking seldom has an opportunity to learn by listening to others.
But isn't it true that a magnetic speaker often puts himself in the way of opportunity to benefit himself by attracting the attention of others through his powers of oratory?
Yes, a magnetic orator does have an asset of tremendous value in his ability to impress people by his speech. But he cannot make the best use of this asset if he forces his speech on others without their invitation. No single quality adds more to one's personality than the ability to speak with emotional feeling, force, and conviction. But the speaker must not impose his speech upon others without being invited to do so.
You hear that?
There is an old saying that nothing is worth more than its actual
Chad,
cost.
You tell me.
This applies as well to the free, uninvited expression of opinions as to material things.
You know, Philo
What
got a
about
new
people
title,
who
right?
volunteer their opinions by
I don't know why you
expressing them in
clicked on it.
writing?
The fuck?
Do they also suffer by lack of self-discipline?
One of the worst pests on earth is the
Oh.
person who writes uninvited
I don't
letters
get
to
it,
people
bro.
of prominence. Men in public office, moving picture stars, men who have succeeded in business or written a best-selling book. And people whose names appear often in the newspapers are continuously besieged by people who write letters expressing their
So
opinion
dumb.
on all subjects.
But the writing of uninvited letters is a harmless way of finding pleasure through self-expression, is it not? What damage does one do by the habit?
Habits are contagious. Every habit attracts a flock of its relatives. The habit of doing anything that is useless leads to the formation of other habits that are useless, especially the habit of drifting. But that is not all the dangers associated with the habit of indulging in uninvited expression of opinion.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
The habit creates
Dog, I headshotted
enemies
someone
and
off there?
places in their hands
That's
dangerous
crazy.
weapons by which they may do great injury to the one who indulges in it. Thieves and confidence men and racketeers pay big prices for the names and addresses of the writers of uninvited letters. Knowing as they do, the writers of these letters become easy victims of all manner of schemes that result in the loss of their money. They refer to the writers of such
that?
letters as
That's why that's the
nuts.
bumpers. Y'all don't get it.
If you wish to know how
about it.
foolish people are who write uninvited letters,
Think about it.
read the nut column of any newspaper, the column in which the paper publishes the voluntary opinions of its readers, and you will see for yourself how the writers of such letters antagonize people and invite opposition from others.
Now, I had no idea, Your Majesty, that people get into so much difficulty through uninvited expression of their opinions. But now that you have brought up the subject, I do remember writing the editor of a prominent magazine an uninvited letter of criticism, which cost me a fine position on his staff, at a fat salary.
That is a perfect example. The proper place to begin self-discipline is right where you stand. The way to begin is by recognizing the truth, that there is nothing for good or evil throughout the myriads of universes except the power of natural law. There is no individual personality anywhere throughout the myriad of universes with the slightest power to influence a human being, save nature and human beings themselves. There is no human being now living, no human being has ever lived, and no human being ever will live with the right or the power to deprive another human being of the inborn privilege of free and independent thought. That privilege is the only one over which any human being can have absolute control. No adult human being ever loses the right to freedom of thought, but most humans lose the benefits of this privilege either by neglect or because it has been taken away from them by their parents or religious instructors before the age of understanding. These are self-evident truths, no less important because they are being called to your attention by the devil than they would be if brought to your attention by my opposition.
But what are people going to lean upon in the hour of emergency when they know not where nor to whom to appeal?
Let them lean upon the only dependable power available to any human being.
And what is that?
Themselves. The power of their own thoughts. The only power they can control and may rely upon. The only power which cannot be perverted, colored, modified, or falsified by their dishonest fellow human beings.
All you say seems logical, but why must I come to the devil to discover such profound truths? Let's get back to the 7 principles. You've already disclosed enough information to show clearly that the secret of how to break the power of hypnotic rhythm is wrapped in the 7 principles. You have shown, too, that the most important of these principles is self-discipline. Now, go ahead and describe the other 5 principles you have not yet mentioned and indicate what part they play in giving one self-discipline.
First, let me summarize that part of my confession we have already covered. I have frankly told you that my 2 most effective devices for mastering human beings are the habit of drifting and the law of hypnotic rhythm. I have shown you that drifting is not a natural law, but a man-made habit which leads to man's submission to the law of hypnotic rhythm. The 7 principles are the media by which man may break the hold of hypnotic rhythm and take possession again of his own mind. You see, therefore, the 7 principles are the 7 steps which lead victims of hypnotic rhythm out of the self-made prisons in which they are bound.
The 7 principles are the master key that unlocks the door to spiritual, mental, and economic self-determination. Is that true?
Yes, that's another way of stating the truth.
Is failure ever a benefit to man?
Yes. Indeed, learning from adversity is the 3rd of the 7 principles. But few people know that every adversity brings with it the seed of an equivalent advantage. Still fewer people know the difference between temporary defeat and failure. If this knowledge were generally known, I would be deprived of one of my strongest weapons of control over human beings.
But I understood you to say that failure is one of your greatest allies. I got the impression from your confession that failure causes people to lose ambition and quit trying, and then you take them over without opposition on their part.
That is just the point. I take them over after they quit trying. If they knew the difference between temporary defeat and failure, they would not quit when they meet with opposition from life. If they knew that every form of defeat and all failures bring with them the seed of unborn opportunity, they would keep on fighting and win. Success usually is but one short step beyond the point where one quits fighting.
Is that all one might learn from adversity, defeat, and failure?
No, that is the least of what one might learn. I hate to tell you this, but failure often serves as a blessing in disguise because it breaks the grip of hypnotic rhythm and frees the mind for a fresh start.
Now we are getting somewhere. So, you have confessed at long last that even nature's law of hypnotic rhythm can be and often is annulled by nature herself. Is that correct?
No, that is not stating the matter accurately. Nature never reverses any of her natural laws. Nature does not take away a human being's freedom of thought through hypnotic rhythm. The individual gives up his freedom by abuse of this law. If a man jumped from a tree and was killed by the sudden impact of his body with the earth through the law of gravity, you wouldn't say nature murdered him, would you? You would say the man neglected to relate himself properly to the law of gravity.
I'm beginning to see. The law of hypnotic rhythm is capable of both negative and positive application. It may drag one down to slavery through loss of the privilege of freedom of thought, or it may help one rise to great heights of achievement through the free use of thought, depending on how the individual relates himself to the law. Is that correct?
Now you have it right.
But what about failure? One does not fail intentionally with purpose aforethought. No one encourages temporary defeat. These are circumstances over which the individual often has no control whatsoever. How, then, can it be said that nature does not take away one's freedom of thought when failure destroys ambition, willpower, and the self-confidence essential to make a fresh start?
Failure is a man-made circumstance. It is never real until it has been accepted by man as permanent. Stating it another way, failure is a state of mind. Therefore, it is something an individual can control until he neglects to exercise this privilege. Nature does not force people to fail, but nature does impose her law of hypnotic rhythm upon all minds, and through this law gives permanency to the thoughts which dominate those minds. In other words, failure thoughts are taken over by the law of hypnotic rhythm and made permanent if the individual accepts any circumstances as being permanent failure. That same law just as readily takes over and makes permanent thoughts of success.
What part, then, does failure play in helping an individual break the grip of hypnotic rhythm after that law has been fastened upon his mind?
Failure brings a climax in which one has the privilege of clearing his mind of fear and making a new start in another direction. Failure proves conclusively that something is wrong with one's aims or the plans by which the object of these aims is sought. Failure is the dead end of the habit path one has been following, and when it is reached, it forces one to leave that path and take up another, thereby creating a new rhythm. But failure does more than this. It gives an individual an opportunity to test himself, wherein he may learn how much willpower he possesses. Failure also forces people to learn many truths they would never discover without it. Failure often leads an individual to an understanding of the power of self-discipline, without which no one could turn back after having once been the victim of hypnotic rhythm. Study the lives of all people who achieve outstanding success in any calling, and observe with profit that their success is usually in exact ratio to their experiences of defeat before succeeding.
Is this all you have to say of the advantages of failure?
No, I have barely begun. If you want the real significance of adversity, failure, defeat, and all other experiences which break up a human being's habits and force him to form new habits, watch nature at her work. Nature uses illness to break the physical rhythm of the body when the cells and organs become improperly related. She uses economic depressions to break the rhythm of mass thought when great numbers of people become improperly related, through business, social, and political activities. And she uses failure to break the rhythm of negative thought when an individual becomes improperly related to himself in his own mind. Observe carefully, and you will see that everywhere in nature there is always at work a natural law which gives eternal change to all matter, all energy, and to the power of thought. The only permanent thing in the universe is change. Eternal, inexorable change, through which every atom of matter and every unit of energy has the opportunity to properly relate itself to all other units of matter and energy. And every human being has the opportunity and the privilege of properly relating himself to all other human beings, no matter how many mistakes he makes, or how many times or in what ways he may be defeated. When mass failure overtakes a nation, such as the 1929 World Business Depression, the circumstance is in perfect harmony with nature's plan to break up man's habits and give out fresh opportunities.
What you are saying intrigues me. Am I to understand that hypnotic rhythm has something to do with the way people relate themselves to one another?
That abstract, elusive thing called character is nothing but a manifestation of the law of hypnotic rhythm. Therefore, when speaking of one's character, it would be proper to say his thought habits have been crystallized into a positive or a negative personality. Through hypnotic rhythm, one is good or bad because of the knitting together of his thoughts and deeds through hypnotic rhythm. One is bound by poverty or blessed with abundance because his aims, plans, and desires, or lack of them, have been made permanent and real by hypnotic rhythm.
Is that all you have to say of the connection between hypnotic rhythm and human relationships?
No, I have just begun. Remember, while I am talking, I am speaking of the influence of hypnotic rhythm in connection with all human relationships. Men who succeed in business do so entirely because of the way they relate themselves to their associates and to others outside of the business. Professional men who succeed do so largely because of the manner in which they relate themselves to their clients. It is much more important for the lawyer to know people and to know the laws of nature than it is to know the law. And the doctor is a failure before he starts unless he knows how to relate himself to his patients so as to establish their faith in him. Marriage succeeds or fails entirely because of the manner in which the participants relate themselves to one another. Proper relationship in marriage begins with a proper motive for the marriage. Most marriages do not bring happiness because the contracting parties neither understand nor attempt to understand the law of hypnotic rhythm, through the operation of which every word they speak, every act in which they engage, and every motive by which they are inspired to deal with each other is picked up and woven into a web that entangles them in controversial misery, or gives to them the wings of freedom through which they soar above all forms of unhappiness. Every newly made acquaintanceship between people ripens into friendship and then into spiritual harmony, sometimes called love, or plants a germ of suspicion and doubt which evolves and grows into open rebellion, according to the way in which the participants in the acquaintanceship relate themselves to one another. Hypnotic rhythm picks up the dominating motives, aims, purposes, and feelings of the contacting minds, and weaves these into some degree of faith or fear, love or hatred. After the pattern has taken definite shape, as it does with time, it is forced upon the contacting minds and made a part thereof. In this silent way does nature make permanent the dominating factors of every human relationship. In every human relationship, the evil motives and the evil deeds of the contacting individuals are coordinated and consolidated into definite form and subtly woven into that all-important human trait known as character. In the same manner, the motives and the deeds of good are consolidated and forced upon the individual. You see, therefore, it is not only one's deeds, but also one's very thoughts which determine the nature of all human relationships.
You are leading into pretty deep water. Let's keep it near the shore, where I can follow you without fear of getting beyond a safe depth. Go ahead and tell me how this subject of human relationships actually works in the current affairs of a problem-filled world such as we have today.
That is a happy thought. But let me make sure you understand the principles I am telling about, before I try to show you how to apply them in the affairs of life. I wish to be sure you understand that the law of hypnotic rhythm is something that no one can control, influence, or evade. But everyone can relate himself to this law so as to benefit by its inexorable operation. Harmonious relationship with the law consists entirely of the individual changing his habits so they represent the circumstances and the things the individual wants and is willing to accept. No one can change the law of hypnotic rhythm any more than one can change the law of gravity, but everyone can change himself. Remember, therefore, in all the discussion of this subject, that all human relationships are made and maintained by the habits of the individuals related. The law of hypnotic rhythm plays only the part of solidifying the factors which constitute human relationships, but it does not create those factors. Before we go further with the discussion of human relationships, I want you to get a clear understanding of the subconscious mind. The term subconscious mind represents a hypothetical physical organ which has no actual existence. The mind of man consists of universal energy, some call it infinite intelligence, which the individual receives, appropriates, and organizes in definite thought forms through the network of intricate physical apparatus known as a brain. These thought forms are replicas of various stimuli which reach the brain through the 5 commonly known physical senses, and the 6th sense, which is not so well known. When any form of stimuli reaches the brain and takes the definite shape of thought, it is classified and stored away in a group of the brain cells known as the memory group. All thoughts of a similar nature are stored together, so that the bringing forth of one leads to easy contact with all its associates. The system is very similar to the modern office filing cabinet, and it is operated in a similar manner. The thought impressions with which one mixes the greatest amount of emotion or feeling are the dominating factors of the brain because they are always near the surface, at the top of the filing system, so to speak, where they spring into action voluntarily the moment an individual neglects to exercise self-discipline. These emotion-laden thoughts are so powerful, they often cause an individual to rush into action and indulge in deeds which have not been submitted to or approved by his reasoning faculty. These emotional outbursts usually destroy harmony in all human relationships. The brain often brings together combinations of emotional feelings so powerful they completely set aside the control of the reasoning faculty. On all such occasions, human relationships are apt to be lacking in harmony. Through the operation of the 6th sense, the brain of a human being may contact the filing cabinet of other brains and inspect at will whatever thought impressions are on file there. The condition under which one person may contact and inspect the filing cabinet of another person's brain is generally known as harmony. But you may better understand what is meant if I say brains attuned to the same rate of thought vibrations can easily and quickly exercise the privilege of entering and inspecting each other's filing cabinets of thoughts. In addition to receiving organized thoughts from the filing cabinets of other brains through the 6th sense, one can, through this same physical organ, contact and receive information from the universal storehouse known as infinite intelligence. All information reaching one's brain through the 6th sense comes from sources not easily isolated or traced. Therefore, this sort of information is generally believed to come from one's subconscious mind. The 6th sense is the organ of the brain through which one receives all information, all knowledge, all thought impressions which do not come through one or more of the 5 physical senses. Now that you understand how the mind operates, You will more easily understand how and why people come to grief through improper human relationships. You will also understand how human relationship may be made to yield riches in their highest form, riches in material, mental, and spiritual estates. Moreover, you will understand there can never be happiness except through understanding and application of the right principles of human relationships. You will understand, too, that no individual is an entity unto himself, that completeness of mind can be attained only by harmony of purpose and deed between two or more minds. You will understand why every human being should, of his own choice, become his brother's keeper in fact, as well as in theory.
What you say may be true, but I still insist that you have me beyond safe depths of thought. Let us get back nearer to the shore, where I can wade in familiar water. We shall go out into the deeper water after we learn to swim well. We started out to discuss the subject of how to profit by adversity, but it seems we have drifted somewhat afield from that subject.
We have detoured, but we have not drifted. The devil never drifts. The detour was necessary in order that you might be prepared to understand the most important part of this entire interview. We are now ready to get back to the discussion of the subject of adversity. Inasmuch as most adversities grow out of improper relationships between people, it seems important to understand how people may become properly related. Naturally, the question arises as to what is a proper relationship between people. The answer is that the proper relationship is one that brings to all connected with it, or affected by it, some form of benefit.
What then is an improper relationship?
Any relationship between people which damages anyone, or brings any form of misery or unhappiness to any of the individuals.
How can improper relationships be corrected?
By change of mind of the person causing the improper relationship, or by changing the persons to the relationship. Some minds harmonize naturally, while others just as naturally clash. Successful human relationships, to endure as such, must be formed of minds that naturally harmonize, quite aside from the question of having common interests as a means of bringing them into harmony. When you speak of business leaders who succeed because they know how to pick men, you might more correctly say they succeed because they know how to associate minds which harmonize naturally. Knowing how to pick people successfully for any definite purpose in life is based upon ability to recognize the types of people whose minds naturally harmonize.
Stay focused on adversity, if you will. If there are possible benefits to be found through adversity, name some of them.
Adversity relieves people of vanity and egotism. It discourages selfishness by proving that no one can succeed without the cooperation of others. Adversity forces an individual to test his mental, physical, and spiritual strength. It thus brings him face to face with his weaknesses and gives him the opportunity to bridge them. Adversity forces one to seek ways and means to definite ends by meditation and introspective thought. This often leads to the discovery and use of the sixth sense, through which one may communicate with infinite intelligence. Adversity forces one to recognize the need for intelligence not available except from sources outside of one's own mind. Adversity breaks old habits of thought and gives one an opportunity to form new habits. Therefore, it may serve to break the hold of hypnotic rhythm and change its operation from negative to positive ends.
What is the greatest benefit one may receive through adversity?
The greatest benefit of adversity is that it may, and generally does, force one to change one's thought habits, thus breaking and redirecting the force of hypnotic rhythm.
In other words, failure always is a blessing when it forces one to acquire knowledge or to build habits that lead to the achievement of one's major purpose in life. Is that correct?
Yes, and something more. Failure is a blessing when it forces one to depend less upon material forces and more upon spiritual forces. Many human beings discover their other selves, the forces which operate through the power of thought, only after some catastrophe deprives them of the full and free use of their physical bodies. When a man can no longer use his hands and his feet, he usually begins to use his brain. Thus he puts himself in the way of discovering the power of his own mind.
What benefits may be derived from the loss of material things, money for example?
The loss of material things may teach many needed lessons, none greater, however, than the truth that man has control over nothing and has no assurance of the permanent use of anything except his own power of thought.
I wonder if this is not the greatest benefit available through adversity.
No. The greatest potential benefit of any circumstance which causes one to make a fresh start is that it provides an opportunity to break the grip of hypnotic rhythm and set up a new set of thought habits. New habits offer the only way out for people who fail. Most people who escape from the negative to the positive operation of the law of hypnotic rhythm do so only because of some form of adversity which forces them to change their thought habits.
Isn't adversity apt to break one's self-reliance and cause one to give up hope?
It has that effect on those whose willpower is weak through long-established habits of drifting. It has the opposite effect on those who have not been weakened through drifting. The non-drifter meets with temporary defeat and failure, but his reaction to all forms of adversity is positive. He fights instead of giving up, and usually wins. Life gives no one immunity against adversity, but life gives to everyone the power of positive thought, which is sufficient to master all circumstances of adversity and convert them into benefits. The individual is left with the privilege of using or neglecting to use his prerogative right to think his way through all adversities. Every individual is forced either to use his thought power for the attainment of definite positive ends, or by neglect or design, use this power for the attainment of negative ends. There can be no compromise, no refusal to use the mind. The law of hypnotic rhythm forces every individual to give some degree of use, either negative or positive, to his mind. But it does not influence the individual as to which use he will make of his mind.
Am I to understand from what you say that every adversity is a blessing?
No, I did not say that. I said there is the seed of an equivalent advantage in every adversity. I did not say there was the full-blown flower of advantage, just the seed. Usually the seed consists of some form of knowledge, some idea or plan, or some opportunity which would not have been available except through the change of thought habits forced by the adversity.
Are those all the benefits available to human beings through failure?
No. Failure is used by nature as a common language in which she chastises people when they neglect to adapt themselves to her laws. For example, the World War was man-made and destructive. Nature planted in the circumstances of the war the seed of an equivalent reprimand in the form of a world depression. The depression was inevitable and inescapable. It followed the war as naturally as day follows night, and by the operation of the selfsame law, the law of hypnotic rhythm.
Am I to understand that the law of hypnotic rhythm is the same as that which Ralph Waldo Emerson called the law of compensation?
The law of hypnotic rhythm is the law of compensation. It is the power with which nature balances negative and positive forces throughout the universes, in all forms of energy, in all forms of matter, and in all human relationships.
Does the law of hypnotic rhythm operate quickly in all instances? For example, does this law immediately bless one with the benefits of positive application of thoughts, or curse one immediately with the results of negative thoughts?
The law...
This is what we listened to in the... I guess I have to start it from the beginning now, because we already finished this. Damn, Chad, we could go... I think we were about to read the whole book today. Alright, I'm going to start it from the beginning now.
You should know I can...
I have come to ask you some very plain questions. I demand that you give me direct and truthful answers. Are you ready for the interview, Mr. Devil?
Yes, I am. But you must address me with more respect. During this interview, you will address me as Your Majesty.
By what right do you demand such royal respect?
You should know I control 98% of the people of your world. Do you not think that entitles me to rate as royalty?
Have you proof of your claim?
Yes, plenty of it.
Of what does your proof consist?
Of many things. If you want answers, you will address me as Your Majesty. Some things you will understand, some you will not. In order that you may get my viewpoint, I shall describe myself and correct the false notions people have of me and my place of abode.
That is a fine idea, Your Majesty. Start by telling me where you live, then describe your physical appearance.
My physical appearance? Why, my dear Mr. Earthbound, I have no physical body. I would be handicapped by such an encumbrance as those in which you earthbound creatures live. I consist of negative energy, and I live in the minds of people who fear me. I also occupy 1/2 of every atom of physical matter and every unit of mental and physical energy. Perhaps you will better understand my nature if I tell you I am the negative portion of the atom.
Oh, I see what you are preparing to claim. You are laying the foundation to say that if it were not for you, there would be no world, no stars, no electrons, no atoms, no human beings, nothing. Is that correct?
True. Absolutely true.
Well, if you only occupy 1/2 of energy and matter, who occupies the other half?
The other half is occupied by my opposition.
Opposition? What do you mean?
The opposition is what you earthbound call God.
So you have the universe divided up with God. Is that your claim?
Not my claim, but the actual fact. Before this interview is finished, you will understand why my claim is true. You will also understand why it has to be true, or there could be no world such as yours, no earthbound creatures such as you. I am no beast with a forked tongue and a spiked tail.
But you do control the minds of 98 out of every 100 people. You said so yourself. Who causes all the misery in this 98% devil-controlled world if you do not?
I have not said that I do not cause all the misery of the world. On the other hand, I boast of it. It is my business to represent the negative side of everything, including the thoughts of you earthbound people. How else could I control people? My opposition controls positive thought. I control negative thought.
How do you gain control of the minds of people?
Oh, that is easy. I merely move in and occupy the unused space of the human brain. I sow the seeds of negative thought in the minds of people so I can occupy and control the space.
You must have many tricks and devices by which you gain and hold control of the human mind.
To be sure, I employ tricks and devices to control human thought. My devices are clever ones, too.
Go ahead and describe your clever tricks, Your Majesty.
One of my cleverest devices for mind control is fear. I plant the seed of fear in the minds of people, and as these seeds germinate and grow, through use, I control the space they occupy. The 6 most effective fears are the fear of poverty, criticism, ill health, loss of love, old age, and death.
Which of these 6 fears serves you most often, Your Majesty?
The first and the last, poverty and death. At one time or another during life, I tighten my grip on all people through one or both of these. I plant these fears in the minds of people so deftly that they believe them to be their own creation. I accomplish this end by making people believe I am standing just beyond the entrance gate of the next life, waiting to claim them after death for eternal punishment. Of course, I cannot punish anyone, except in that person's own mind, through some form of fear. But fear of the thing which does not exist is just as useful to me as fear of that which does exist. All forms of fear extend the space I occupy in the human mind.
Your Majesty, will you explain how you gained this control over human beings?
The story is too long to be told in a few words. It began over 1,000,000 years ago when the first man began to think. Up to that time I had control over all mankind, but enemies of mine discovered the power of positive thought, placed it in the minds of men, and then began a battle on my part to remain in control. So far I have done quite well by myself, having lost only 2% of the people to the opposition.
I take it from your answer that men who think are your enemies. Is that right?
It is not right, but it is correct.
Tell me something more about the world in which you live.
I live wherever I choose. Time and space do not exist for me. I am a force best described to you as energy. My favorite physical dwelling place, as I have told you, is in the minds of the earthbound. I control a part of the brain space of every human being. The amount of space I occupy in each individual's mind depends upon how little and what sort of thinking that person does. As I have told you, I cannot entirely control any person who thinks.
You speak of your opposition. Just what do you mean by that?
My opponent controls all the positive forces of the world, such as love, faith, hope, and optimism. My opponent also controls the positive factors of all natural law throughout the universe, the forces which keep the earth and the planets and all the stars balanced in their courses. But these forces are meek in comparison with those which operate in the human mind under my control. You see, I do not seek to control stars and planets. I prefer the control of human minds.
Where did you acquire your power, and by what means do you add to it?
I add to my power by appropriating the mind power of the earthbound as they come through the gate at the time of death. 98 out of every 100 who come back to my plane from the earth plane are taken over by me, and their mind power is added to my being. I get all who come over with any form of fear. You see, I am constantly at work, preparing the minds of people before death, so I can appropriate them when they come back to my plane.
Will you tell me how you go about your job of preparing human minds so you can control them?
I have countless ways of gaining control of human minds while they are still on the earth plane. My greatest weapon is poverty. I deliberately discourage people from accumulating material wealth because poverty discourages men from thinking and makes them easy prey for me. My next best friend is ill health. An unhealthy body discourages thinking. Then I have countless thousands of workers on earth who aid me in gaining control of human minds. I have these agents placed in every calling. They represent every race and creed, every religion.
Who are your greatest enemies on earth, Your Majesty?
All who inspire people to think and act on their own initiative are my enemies. Such men as Socrates, Confucius, Voltaire, Emerson, Thomas Paine, and Abraham Lincoln. And you are not doing me any good either.
Is it true that you use men who have great wealth?
As I have already told you, poverty is always my friend because it discourages independence of thought and encourages fear in the minds of men. Some wealthy men serve my cause, while others do me great damage, depending on how the wealth is used. The great Rockefeller fortune, for example, is one of my worst enemies.
That is interesting, Your Majesty. Will you tell me why you fear the Rockefeller fortune more than others?
The Rockefeller money is being used to isolate and conquer diseases of the physical body in all parts of the world. Disease has always been one of my most effective weapons. The fear of ill health is second only to the fear of poverty. The Rockefeller money is uncovering new secrets of nature in 100 different directions, all of which are designed to help men take and keep possession of their own minds. It is encouraging new and better methods of feeding, clothing, and housing people. It is wiping out the slums in the large cities, the places where my favorite allies are found. It is financing campaigns for better government and helping to wipe out dishonesty in politics. It is helping to set higher standards in business practice and encouraging businessmen to conduct business by the golden rule, and that is not doing my cause any good.
What about these boys and girls who are said to be on the road to hell? Are you in control of them?
Well, I can answer that question only with yes and no. I have corrupted the minds of the young by teaching them to drink and smoke, but they have me baffled through their tendency to think for themselves.
You say you have corrupted the minds of the young people with liquor and cigarettes. I can understand how liquor might destroy the power of independent thought, but do not see what cigarettes have to do with helping your cause.
You may not know it, but cigarettes break down the power of persistence. They destroy the power of endurance. They destroy the ability to concentrate. They deaden and undermine the imaginative faculty, and help in other ways to keep people from using their minds most effectively. Do you know I have millions of people, young and old of both sexes, who smoke 2 packages of cigarettes a day? That means I have millions of people who are gradually destroying their power of resistance. One day I shall add to their habit of cigarette smoking other thought-destroying habits, until I shall have gained control of their minds. Habits come in pairs, triplets, and quadruplets. Any habit which weakens one's willpower invites a flock of its relatives to move in and take possession of the mind. The cigarette habit not only lowers the power of resistance and discourages persistence, but it invites looseness in other human relationships.
I never thought that cigarettes were a tool of destruction, Your Majesty, but your explanation throws a different light on the subject. How many converts to the habit do you now claim?
I am proud of my record. Millions are now victims, and the number is increasing daily. Soon I shall have most of the world indulging in the habit. In thousands of families I now have followers of the habit, including every member of the family. Very young boys and girls are beginning to take up the habit. They are learning how to smoke by observing their parents and older brothers and sisters.
Which do you consider to be your greater tool for gaining control of human minds, cigarettes or liquor?
Without hesitation, I would say cigarettes. Once I get a young person to join my 2-package-a-day club, I have no trouble in inducing that person to take on the habit of liquor, overindulgence of sex, and all other related habits which destroy independence of thought and action.
Your Majesty, when I began this interview, I had you all wrong. I thought you were a fraud and a fake, but I see now that you are quite real and very powerful.
Your apology is accepted, but you need not have bothered. Millions of people have questioned my power, and I got most of them at the gate as they came over. I ask no person to believe in me. I prefer that people fear me. I am no beggar. I take what I want by cleverness and force. Begging people to believe is the business of my opposition, not mine.
Your Majesty will please pardon my rudeness, but I would not be able to look myself in the face again if I did not tell you, here and now, that you are the damnedest fiend ever to be turned loose on innocent people. I always had the wrong conception of you. I thought you were kind enough to let people alone while they were living, that you merely tortured their souls after death. Now I learn from your own brazen confession that you destroy their right to freedom of thought and cause them to go through a living hell on earth. What do you have to say to that?
I get what I want by exercising self-control. It is not so good for my own business, but I suggest you emulate me instead of criticizing me. You call yourself a thinker, and you are. Otherwise, you would never have forced this interview on me. But you will never be the sort of thinker that frightens me unless you gain and exercise greater control over your own emotions.
Let us get away from personalities. I came here to learn more about you, not to discuss myself. Please go ahead and tell me of the many tricks you have devised for gaining control of the human mind. What is your most powerful weapon just now?
That is a difficult question to answer. I have so many devices for entering human minds and controlling them that it is difficult to say which are the most powerful. Right at the moment, I am trying to bring about another world war. My friends here in Washington are helping me to involve America in the war. If I can start the world to killing on a wholesale basis, I shall be able to put into operation my favorite device for mind control. It is what you call mass fear. I used this device to bring about the other world war in 1914. I used it to bring about the economic depression in 1929. And if my opposition had not double-crossed me, I would now be in possession of every man, woman, and child in the world. You can see for yourself how near I came to world domination. The thing I have been struggling to attain for thousands of years.
Yes, I see your point. Who wouldn't? You are a very ingenious manipulator of the minds of people. Is your devilish business carried on only through people of high position and great influence?
Oh, no. I use the minds of people in all walks of life. As a matter of fact, I prefer the type of person who makes no pretense of thinking. I can manipulate that sort of person without difficulty. I could not control 98% of the people of the world if all people were skilled in thinking for themselves.
I'm interested in the welfare of those people whom you claim to control. Therefore, I wish you to tell me all of the tricks by which you enter and control their minds. I want a complete confession from you, so begin with your cleverest trick.
This is suicide you are forcing on me, but I am helpless. So settle down, and I will place in your hands the weapon by which millions of your fellow earthbound will defend themselves against me.
Tell me first about your most clever trick, the one you use to ensnare the greatest number of people.
If you force me to give away this secret, it will mean my loss of millions of people now living, and still greater numbers of millions as yet unborn. I beg of you, permit me to pass this one question unanswered.
So His Majesty the Devil fears a mere humble earthbound creature? Is that right?
It is not right, but it is true. You have no right to rob me of my most necessary tool of trade. For millions of years I have dominated earthbound creatures through fear and ignorance. Now you come along and would destroy my use of these weapons by forcing me to tell how I use them. Do you not realize that you will break my grip on every person who heeds this confession you are forcing from me? Have you no mercy? Have you no sense of humor? Have you no sportsmanship?
Stop stalling and start confessing. Who are you to ask mercy of one whom you would destroy if you could? Who are you to talk of sportsmanship and a sense of humor? You, who by your own confession have set up a living hell on earth, where you punish innocent people through their fears and ignorance. As for minding my own business, that is just what I'm doing when I force you to tell how you control people through their own minds. My business, if it can be called a business, is helping to unlock the doors of the self-made prisons in which men and women are confined because of the fears you have planted in their minds.
My greatest weapon over human beings consists of two secret principles by which I gain control of their minds. I will speak first of the principle of habit, through which I silently enter the minds of people. By operating through this principle, I establish, I wish I could avoid using this word, the habit of drifting. When a person begins to drift on any subject, he is headed straight toward the gates of what you earthbound call hell.
Describe all the ways in which you induce people to drift. Define the word and tell us exactly what you mean by it.
I can best define the word drift by saying that people who think for themselves never drift, while those who do little or no thinking for themselves are drifters. A drifter is one who permits himself to be influenced and controlled by circumstances outside of his own mind. He would rather let me occupy his mind and do his thinking than go to the trouble of thinking for himself. A drifter is one who accepts whatever life throws in his way without making a protest or putting up a fight. He doesn't know what he wants from life and spends all of his time getting just that. A drifter has lots of opinions, but they are not his own. Most of them are supplied by me. A drifter is one who is too lazy mentally to use his own brain. That is the reason I can take control of people's thinking and plant my own ideas in their minds.
I think I understand what a drifter is. Tell me the exact habits of people by which you induce them to drift through life. Start by telling me when and how you first gained control of a person's mind.
My control over the mind of a human being is obtained while the person is young. Sometimes I lay the foundation for my control of a mind before the owner of it is born, by manipulating the minds of that person's parents. Sometimes I go further back than this and prepare people for my control through what you earthbound call physical heredity. You see, therefore, I have two approaches to the mind of a person.
Yes. Go on, and describe these two doors by which you enter and control the minds of human beings.
As I have stated, I help to bring people into your world with weak brains by giving to them before birth as many as possible of the weaknesses of their ancestors. You call this principle physical heredity. After people are born, I make use of what you earthbound call environment as a means of controlling them. This is where the principle of habit is.
I don't know, man. I think some of y'all get it now. Like I said, I remembered some things. And I think we talk about it a lot, man. We talk about it a lot, but I hope today helped explain it a little better. Dude, I'm telling you, your mind, everything that was in there, it's all old, you guys. None of this is new. None of this is new at all. You should have, I've played this one. Played a lot. It doesn't matter how many times you hear it. It matters if you live it. You tell me. I think you guys have seen my mind. I told you, I think you could enter the filing cabinet of my mind. I think I've already seen some of your guys' minds. That's what I'm saying. Harmony. The friction. That's why, bro. That's why I love you all, but that's why any little comment that tries to derail the thinking or anybody else, I'm banning it. I don't ever want. That's it. You could make a new name. You could come back. But if it's the same thought, I'm very well aware of a lot of them. But I think it's dope, bro. I'm going to re-listen to this one, too, on my own time. Because there is some stuff in there, bro. I just even learned some more. You know that? But I love it, bro. Just if only you realized your power, your potential, the human, brother. It's pretty cool. I hope the devil don't live in your mind, but he do. And fear and many other things. Isn't that trippy? But then again, that's why. Why feed it? And God, that's why it's crazy, though. I really think... So I really believe... Bro, do you realize this was 50 years ago? Longer. He wouldn't release this till after he died. We didn't realize what this was until it became... Here, this one has like a timestamp on it. But like this... That's the problem. I don't think you guys get it. That's where some of you will probably end up like Napoleon. That's the problem. where you're going to hear this. Some of you are going to understand it and take it far, but you're only going to do it for money and power. That's the thing. If you don't really have, and that's okay because, I mean, it's God's plan. I don't control it. You do it. Again, the door is the door. The power is the power. How you use it is how you use it. But yeah, I really believe that this is there's a lot in there. And this came out, we only understand certain parts because of AI and what's happened recently. But dude, it's there. But this is what I'm saying. I'm telling you, I agree with a lot of him. And I like it, and I've already discovered some other stuff. I haven't shared it with you guys yet. I can't. You guys remember I've told you that? I told you. Like I'm saying, bro. And it's unfortunate because like a lot of the stuff I have shared with you, I knew what I was sharing and why, but unfortunately, like, you know, I do think a lot of the, you know, the more fearful minds used it differently. So in the sake of preserving good things, you know, I just can't tell you certain things. Yes, it does change the probability, and it changes it's deeper than that too. So, but yeah, at the right time, or once we're there, or if it's ever gonna hurt anybody, I'll let you know. But at the end of the day, there's one big difference. Because like I said, I see something even with Napoleon, but I've already encountered a certain intelligence. I'm just not even old enough. You guys got to think about that. I only have so much wisdom based on time. That's why it's crazy what I have encountered, but I'm very well aware I haven't even encountered close to what it would be or will be. But that's the thing. I don't care when it was or even in the future. I would never call the devil majesty just to get info. Think about that. So the question is, what would you? And I know some of you are going to, Peter and Judas. He handed them the bread, and they. That's what you guys realize that, right? So one of you, as you become the bread, I'll hand one of you the bread. You're gonna become fucking Judas. It's that analogy. That's it. I'm not Jesus. That's the analogy. Don't forget it. That's what it is. I'm telling you, that's what I'm telling you. There's a lot of undiscovered stuff. So if they have this discovery, and this was 60, 70 years ago, imagine the other stuff you don't know, but that's with calling this power majesty. Are you kidding me? So yeah. No, I don't think, I think there's more, but yeah, it's powerful. So, but again, no matter what, that's the irony, whether you even want to use it for bad or not, or greed or whatever it may be, you still have to fucking think. You don't get it? So if you think you're just like, oh no, I'll go to no, you have to think. You have to control your mind. All of these things that were said, that's what I'm saying. I'm glad that I'm not the one who had to fucking call the devil the majesty to figure out some of this stuff, because think about it, you still have to think, you still have to use your mind, and you can't have the fear and a lot of other things. So yeah, we'll see what happens, and I wish you all the best. I hope you use your minds in the fullestness every day. You have a duty to yourself, my brother. So have a good weekend. Finger to the sky. The way, the truth, and the light. Oh, I love you. I love you, Father. I'm not talking to you, Chad. I'm talking to the Father. He's your Father, too. Your Creator. That's why it's crazy. He don't like, it's weird, bro. It's really, really, that's why I'm saying, man, I hope you feel me. So God bless you. Have a wonderful weekend. Finger to the sky. And to God be the glory. Oh, Ibrahim, tag me in it. I'll see you when I get off of here, man. But have a wonderful weekend, guys, and be safe, all right? Amen. Amen, baby. Peace.
It's a call, baby. Feels like it's gonna be a good day. Satan, hold on by a crib, that's that, that's ours, why wait, be great, that's that, no way, we changed, what's the plan, that's that, out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that, can't believe they missed it on my kindness, I can't believe they forsake all the guidance, I can't believe they couldn't see the timing, Father, think we should remind us. I'm free, no strings, no chains, that's that. One God, one king, one way, that's that. Sovereign, supreme, what you know about that? One thing before you leave, please don't come back. Never needed them, you needed Jesus. I'd rather have no friends and hang with demons. Your brother gonna show up when he needed. But can the two still walk with that agreement? Satan, hold on by a crib, that's that, that's ours, why wait, be great, that's that, no way, we change, what's the plan, that's that, out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that. Wanna gamble, that's a game for the gods, what's the matter, thought you knew about the laws. Father, why do they complain about your laws? Ask for justice, but they made sure it was gone. Soldiers mental, I can see it in your eyes. Getting loud, but you were quiet when they lied. Kept it honest, but they only took in pride. Form was lost, only needed 99. Father, forgive them, they don't know the things they done. Did not depart because we learned it when we young. You could chase it, but I hope you know it runs. Alpha, Omega, start to finish, how it's done. You're not like them, not dumb, that's that. Future is yours, don't fade, that's that. Throw it away, that's yours, that's that. Build brick by brick, each hit, that's that. Satan, hold on by a crib, that's that. That's ours, why wait, be great, that's that. No way, we change, what's the plan, that's that. Out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that. I'm free, no strings, no chains, that's that. One God, one king, one way, that's that. Sovereign, supreme, what you know about that? One thing before you leave, please don't come back. Never needed them, you needed Jesus. I'd rather have no friends than hang with demons. Your brother gonna show up when he needed, but can the two still walk with that agreement? Amen. Father.